live stream, but I did want to go ahead and get a couple things clicked. I just need to find some paint and some brushes. So let me get this turned around. There we go. We're just going to be hanging out here for just a sec. I'll be right back. Hey, Victoria. Said it's 2 o'clock. Where are you at? Yet it's 3 for me, right? But I can't wait. I also got my order today. Oh, goodness, Victoria. I'm so glad it arrived safely. Let me make sure that I'm in, live chat. But hey, everybody, let me get a couple more things together. Also, I know it's super loud, but that's just the heaters on. It is what it is. And I still think I'm completely out of black paint for some. Maybe I can find something. What's this? This big table's in my way. There we go. Okay, so I found the paint and I got this thing of water. Let me go grab like some baby wipes or something maybe. We'll just use paper towels today. I'm gonna need to drag my chair in here, but we're fixing to get crafting, y'all. We're getting there. I think I got the email sent out. I sure hope I did. I'm gonna grab also some gloves. So give me just a moment. Okay. So I'm still gonna be fooling around with the tripod just because it really wouldn't be a live stream if I weren't. Okay, guys. I am back. And here we are to work on some gnomes. So the next step that I'm going to be doing on these guys, since we saw you last, is I did get 3 coats of that fluorescent orange painted onto the gnomes, as well as some dots. Ooh, and I love the way the dots came out. I'm very, very pleased with it. But how are all y'all doing today? Thank you so much for joining me here. Hang out with me in the craft room. Putting this into all messages so I can see y'all's chat. Hey, Erica. Randy's actually upstairs. He has hurt his, neck, so he's laid up in bed. It's his trapezius muscle. I think he pulled it. But that is what that is. So Randy's getting a little bit of a company-mandated day off. Hey, Mars Mason. Hey, Judith. Hey, Brooke. Brooke says, anyone else woefully behind on holiday preparations? Is that just not how life is now? Randy says, I can't turn my dang old head. Well, hey, baby, I didn't expect you to be moderating for us today, but I'm glad to have you. Okay, so I'm doing just a wee bitty bit of, this is multi-surface satin in pure black. That's 2957 CA for the folk art paint. And I'm going to put just a little bit of water over here on this side from my spray bottle. But I went through and also did another dry brush of white onto their beards. For those of y'all who were following along with us on this, okay, there we go. The heater just switched off. But for those of you who were following along with us, Tuesday and Wednesday, this is how the gnomes are coming along. And then, you can probably see, I just did a wee bitty bit of that black paint into the water as like a wash. And then I also kind of smeared it up on the backs of the gnomes as well. Yeah, he'll be okay though. He's a trooper. And then I'm going to add just a little bit more here under the mushroom cap. But really, I feel like that would be doing better if it had some sort of texture to settle into. And I don't want to get it up on the white dots if I can help it. So there we go. There's that. And then I'm just going to take this and blot it off of the surface. And now it probably looks like nothing has happened, but I just like the little bit. Just give me this. I'm going to do it to all of them anyway. So let's pretend like it looks like I did something. So let's try putting maybe a little bit more black in. Because I don't want to get it onto the nose and I don't want to get it onto the white spots. But I do want just a little bit of antiquing to be happening on our little gnomes. And so by using a brown base tone, I feel like it gave me a little bit more color depth to come through with the white and then the black, because now it's not just two colors happening, it's three. And then removing that. A great job of making the light colored pop. Oh, you think so? Okay. That was my goal. And then we can always add just a little bit more, like here in his mouth, to just draw some extra attention to where we want extra attention drawn to. Kind of makes him spooky. Kind of digging it. And I'm going to be experimenting with different methods too as we go through. That was something I had a breakthrough. I was answering some comments on our social media, which I really appreciate everybody who takes the time to leave us little messages and stuff over on like our Instagram and our Facebook and here on our YouTube posts and everything. Like, y'all have no idea how much you are my connection to the world, and I love hearing from you. So, well, it might take me a while to actually reply. I really appreciate y'all leaving comments and stuff. Now, not direct messages. I don't check those because, well, there's this whole branch of the internet that does a certain thing that I got tired of seeing unsolicited pictures of. It was ding dongs. So I don't check my DMs, but I do keep up with my comments, or I'm trying to. But yeah, I was answering comments, and I was discussing with one of y'all. I'm terrible. I can't remember your name. But we were discussing that the whole mass producing, that it's like it can be really helpful. And I had the realization that whenever I kind of mass produce handmade stuff like this, it lets me set myself up in a way where my inner perfectionist has no footing. Because it's like, really, you're going to get hung up on this one gnome out of 30? Like, and so it lets me just kind of be in the moment and do the art instead of getting hung up on, well, this one doesn't look the way I thought that it was supposed to, or, anything like that. Hey, Joette, how's it going? Hey, Craftsman. What are you up to today? So I'm just coming through, doing that wash, adding a little bit more pigment just up here under like the hat brim, because that's really where I wanted it darkened down. And then here right under the mouth, again to make that mustache kind of pop a little bit. Ah, right on. Well, hey, Marianne. She says, I get to spend most of the day with you today. Well, welcome. I'm glad you were able to make it. Joette says, 1 p.m. in Idaho and snowing 3 inches so far. Our first snowfall, and it started last night. Oh, goodness. Is it? I hope it's like a gentle, nice snowing. Because there's a lot of folks who make very cutesy like polymer clay gnomes, and I wanted to make these ones look like if you ran into them in the woods, you don't know whether they're gonna are they friend or foe. We don't know, but they certainly. I want them to look very self-possessed. Like these gnomes are no pushovers. They have seen things. And so a little bit more grimy, maybe? Grimy or gritty might be a way of looking at it. And then, ah, well, thank you, Nancy. I'm digging them. Like, quite a bit. And initially, whenever I was making these, I didn't visualize that I was going to be turning their caps into mushrooms. Like, oops, like this. And so if I had had the forethought, like if I had realized sooner, I think I would have added a little bit of texture to the undersides of the hats. I don't mean to keep doing that. And sometimes if I just get too much paint on there, just macing them in the face with some water. Hey, Sabea. While multitasking. Right on. I was thinking of you today. I've been trying desperately to get to a point to where I've got enough of like a work-life balance that I can start having a social life. So like all of my friends, I think of y'all frequently. I just never send any messages or anything because, I'm a bad person. But I'm trying. I really am, I promise. I've just been like heavy into hermit mode. But that doesn't mean that I don't miss y'all. But yeah, spraying them in the face really gets the paint settled off of the high points. I can still hear the rooster screaming. That isn't like, oh god, that sounds really foreboding. The neighbor has a rooster that has not stopped crowing through all hours of the day. For like, I think it's going on weeks. Like this is where we're well into week 2 of the screaming of the rooster. I low-key wonder if it's actually a turkey who just figured out how to crow. And then he just is very pleased to have survived Thanksgiving. Which is likely an answer of anything. Right on, Sabea. Tell me, Yvonne, does the rooster still scream? It does. It does. Hannibal Randy. So, or, Hey, Brooke. Yeah, it's just the neighbor's rooster hollering into the void. So we're starting over here today, but I have a little bit of a treat set up for myself over yonder in the wire wrapping station because it's cold and we're going to be going over there. But we're going to be turning all of the ones with the little rings on them, we're going to be turning into pendants. And then the rest of them, I was thinking about making into a few different styles of necklace. Because with the pendants, that's going to be kind of like the baseline price point for this item. Um, and what I mean by that is like that's the lowest price of our gnomes. Like that's what it'll be priced at. And then the necklaces, I'd like to do one that's a slightly more complex. To be so let's I'm not even gonna say numbers because Randy and I haven't talked about it yet. He keeps me from putting us out of business by not pricing our things high enough. Um, which I appreciate tremendously. But so we'd have like baseline, which is just a pendant, and then we'd have one that is probably, you know, one of these with like a link off either side that makes it into a little bit fancier of a necklace. So we'll probably do. I don't know. I'll break down the numbers in a little bit. Have I painted this one yet? It doesn't look like it. But so we'll have a baseline necklace then. That's like this is our, least amount of additional work, therefore least increased cost to produce gnome, and then like to do some that are. I mean, there's got to be an easy way to say this. I'd like to hit like 4 price points. The lowest would be the pendant, and then our simplest of necklaces, medium of necklaces, and most complex of necklaces, which is probably going to be just like a lot of stringing, like a lot of beads on it, because I think that'll look really cool. I really want to pair this guy with some moss agate, I think. I think that would look really cool. What? Congratulations, Leslie. Leslie says, since I last watched your live stream, I have gotten married. Oh, congratulations to you. It's a good month to do it in. Randy and I will be celebrating our 1-year marriage anniversary this month. I think on the 13th is when we got it official with the state, and then on the 26th is we said the words in front of the fam. Hey, Dee Dee. Right on. I'll have to be putting some up on the website, I do think. I wasn't sure of these guys at first, but I'm really digging them now. Like, it really made a big difference to me to do the dots on the hats and like the two-tone because they fluoresce as well, y'all. Like the orange that we had done on the caps. Time has definitely flown by, and then we'll be having our 19-year anniversary on February 20th of whenever he first asked me out. So congratulations to you, Leslie. I wish y'all all the luck in the world. Spaces, it's been a year already. Crazy, right? Like it's whack. What a year it has been. How creepy would it be if I just left dark little eye spots? That wasn't off-putting at all. I just heard a disembodied my voice from the other room. Because I am going to need to varnish these as well, and I think I have some urethane somewhere. But I may also just spray them with PIM, which is that preserve your memories. It's the last of it that I have. And I figure I don't need to be sitting on it, and having it spoil on me. I need to go ahead and just use it. So that's likely how I'm going to be sealing these today. Hey Brenda, how's it going? Gnome is overworked and needs a nap, right? So there we are, just painting the gnome. I see somebody laying on my heart button. Oh, oh, I don't know the tune I'm humming either. Oh, goodness. To my true love, and gently falls the rain. I never had but one true love, and in greenwood he lies slain. I do as much for my true love as any a young maid can. I'll sit and mourn all on his grave for 12 months and a day. And when 12 months and a day have passed, and his ghost did rise and speak, why do you sit all on my grave, and will not let me sleep? Oh, well, thank you, Leslie. I can't, it's from the Penny Dreadful. It's, I don't know the name of it, but it's just a wonderful, like, I don't know, dark little fall time song, I think. Hey Lisa. Oh, so far I haven't done any sculpt into these guys. The only thing that you've missed in today's live stream is the same exact thing I'm doing right this second. It's one of the perks of making 30 of the same thing. But we sculpted these, and I will have a tutorial coming out showing how I sculpted, kind of more or less. I had done more of a 3D one, for in the tutorial, and that'll be coming out later this month, I do hope. Because I'm conflicted. I'd like to possibly start releasing more than just one tutorial, or one tutorial a week, but it's been a little discouraging, in that we have, gosh, almost 220,000 subscribers here on YouTube now, and only 2 of the videos that we've posted this week have gotten like 1,000 views, which is a fair bit, but it just seems a little disproportionate. So I don't know if I'm gonna, be overworking myself making like tutorials and stuff if YouTube's not going to be rewarding my hard work by actually showing it to the people who subscribe. But I am going to keep developing designs and doing my thing, but I'm trying to resist my inclination to just work harder. I'm like, nope, I need to just stay the course. And I think that will get me farther than trying to sprint in every single which way I think I need to be going. At least that's the plan and the theory. Hey, J-Max. But yeah, so with that being said, the reason I brought that up is each month, first Thursday of the month, we do a tutorial where we unbox our craft along kit, and then an accompanying project for that you do not have to have our craft along kits to craft along with, but it is, you know, featuring that as well. And then the second Thursday of the month typically is when we do our Potomac unboxing. And then that leaves me, you know, 2 or 3 Thursdays that I get to fill in with other tutorials and stuff. So at some point, our little gnomes, I'd like to get these out before Christmas because I do think they'd be I think they're beginner friendly enough actually. Oh, Randy, that's a good point. Oof. But I think this is a beginner friendly enough of a project that if you're like getting together with family for the holidays, you can make some little gnome ornaments for on a tree or just for around your house or for gift giving. So I'm not gonna lie, the hardest part on these guys was for me was the mushrooms. Yeah, they're little gnome shrooms or mushrooms. I don't know. They're just they've got they're fun guys. They're fun guys. Right on. Lisa says you shouldn't worry. I go back and rewatch the tutorials and craft alongs a lot. I appreciate that. And that's Randy and I were discussing this earlier, and I was like, I appreciate every single one of those views because that's all the people who are you know, here learning things. Like, so instead of getting worked up about vanity metrics, I'd rather focus on this is how many other crafters we got to interact with. Oh, were you really not, Randy? He says I was, as a matter of fact, not subscribed to you at the beginning of today's stream. Well, did it send you a notification? Do, 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 do. But I'm just, when in doubt, craft it out. I'm not going to stress about it. When did you make and cook the gnomes? Oh, we did that in our Kick live stream this week. I started on them on Tuesday. We kept working on them on Wednesday. And then Thursday, off camera, I added all the little dots and stuff and did like a second layer of white dry brushing to the beard. Right on. I think Kick keeps the live streams up. And they are available to watch on the replay. But like on Tuesday, I recorded a tutorial showing, like, we made these guys on Tuesday. Oops. And this is the one that the tutorial is going to be about. And then and then we're here today, gonna make them into jewelry. I think I already did that one. Okay, here's our last one. And then I'm going to lay these all out on a like piece of cardboard, or actually I think I'm just going to do a tile with a piece of scrap paper on it. And then I'll take them onto the front porch and we're going to start spray these down with PIM, and that's going to seal it. And then whenever we come back in, we'll relocate over to the wire wrapping area, and we're going to see how many of these gnomes we can get finished into, well, finished jewelry today. Okay, so with that being said and done, I am going to come under here and just darken down under the brim again. I want to keep their little noses clean. So there's one. As I get done with this part, I'm going to set it over here on the tile. Patricia says, Vaughn, I like to play on your words when you said he is a fun guy. Well, Randy used to have a t-shirt that had like a mushroom on it. And it was like, I'm a fun guy, I think is what it said. And he is. And I love him for it. He's my favorite. Okay. So I'm just laying down some paper towels actually. And then I'm going to just make sure, last glance over. Then we'll set that over there. Leslie says you need a little conveyor belt to put your gnomes on. I think you're right. But yeah, just adding in a little bit more of a darkening down under the brim of the hat. And then another thing I want to watch out for here on these guys before I do the spray seal is I'm going to take my craft knife and I'm going to scrape off any paint, because I'm a very messy artist. I don't want any of that little paint getting sealed onto our situation up here. Erica says, the gnome you're doing the tutorial on just gave me a flash thought of actor Samuel Elliott. Oh, really? Ooh, Deb says, now where are the tiles I specifically bought for the polymer clay I also haven't used? Oh, goodness. I know that struggle. It is a real one. Okay, so I'm just getting under here, painting up the cap, trying to not... What have I done? Where'd the thing go? There it is. Oops. Nothing like some clean water on my brush to help me try to scrub off dried paint. There we go. So I greatly desire to be helpful today. So what kinds of questions and things do y'all have what can I help y'all with today? Oh, a biker? Yeah. They're all kind of low-key, I think, styled after my absolute rock star of a bonus dad, Fred. So just because I think he has, sometimes he shaves it off, but whenever I see him bearded, that is the best beard I have ever seen in my whole life. Because, like, sometimes you'll see, like, a really good beard on a guy, but they're kind of pretentious about it. Like, they know they've got a good beard. Whereas Fred is like, he can't help himself. He just like that. So, um, so I get from my stepdad's beard, Leslie. That's how I get my inspiration. No, all sorts of things. I really like, I mean, nature and stuff. Like I was a little hippie child running naked through the woods. Like, so that shape, that was very formative. Um, the sealer that I'm going to be using today is no longer in production. It's PYM, Preserve Your Memories. But a sealer that, if I don't mind waiting for it to dry, and I could use this stuff. This is the gloss stuff. Um, Mod Podge works really well. And I don't mind spritzers as opposed, like, I prefer spritzers to aerosols because polymer clay doesn't always respond well to being sprayed with stuff. Like, sometimes it'll just kind of feel a little, like, tacky to touch, like a little sticky. Okay. But no, yeah, I'm super deeply inspired by nature primarily. Like if I'm in a funk or something, I'll just go and hang out in the garden and dig some holes, hang out with my chickens, yell at the sky, typical stuff. And usually yeah, I'll at least feel refreshed and then kind of get back to work. Gnome is where the heart is. Oh, I love that, Steve. Nancy says, question, when using different colors of clay, how do you ensure that they stick together? Um, that's a really good question. With these guys, I used the brown for the beard and the red for the cap, and I actually used this tool, which is just a little silicone sculpty thing, but I've also used porcupine quills, toothpicks, um, the sharpened ends of paintbrushes, like little wooden ones if you have them, and I just kind of crammed and drug the brown and pushed it up into the red. And then on the backs, I used a ball stylus and smeared it in one direction and then blended it in the other. And then I applied on the thickest setting of my pasta machine. I rolled out a sheet of like a marbled mixture of the brown and red clay. And then I laid one of these Inkadinkadoo stamps, which I think their entire business model, like, they make me so happy. Not only because of their good products that last for literally a freaking decade, but just getting to say the name Inkadinkadoo. I had the clay on there. I put the, and I hadn't put the wire through for the hole yet, but, and then I just pressed it. And that was after doing a first bake. Um, and that's what put that nice pattern onto the back. And then I just trimmed. And since the first part of this was already baked, I didn't have to worry about, smushing the hat or something. So usually it's a combination of those techniques of just, blending the clay together. Almost, it's not exactly the same as like whenever you use traditional, earthen clay because this isn't water soluble stuff. Ooh, J Max has said, yeah, my mushroom was sealed with Mod Podge and it stuck to my fuzzy bird. Oh no, any other suggestions for a sealer? Um, Perhaps the whatever brand of clay that you're using, I would bet that there's that same brand, like Sculpey has a Sculpey sealer that they recommend. And I have to believe that that is the best formulated thing on the market. It may not be the most affordable, as far as comparisons go that ways, but Cos Clay has a sealer that they are like, specifically, please use this stuff. Where in the heck is it? I'm always doing this. So whenever I'm using Cos Clay, I'll use this. I think it works with Sculpey as well, but I have not tested it over, the test of time. But using, so if you're using Kato brand polymer clay, maybe look for if Kato has a sealer or perhaps Sculpey, is formulated well for it. I've seen lots of folks who will do where they like kind of dip the whole situation into UV resin, let the excess drip off, and then cure it, and that seems to work for a lot of folks. Um, so it's not always just about what's affordable or what's chemically compatible too, but if you're wanting that really high gloss, like wet candy look, I don't know a better way to get that other than UV resin, you know? There we go. Setting him on the thing. Right on. Do you have any tips on running a small art business? Um, that's a really big question. Oh, no sun today. It's snowing in Utah. Um, my best tip would to whenever you're whatever it is that you decide to do, to just try to be consistent with what you're doing. Um, so like just for really broad advice, if I were going out and doing arts and craft shows, I would give it, I take information, like I collect data on myself and the whole situation with each show, but I don't change the whole thing from the ground up every single show if I didn't make as much profit as what I think I ought to have, or something. Like, does that make sense? Ooh, Lisa says clear spray paint. Do you have a brand that you like to use for that, Lisa? I just asked because, like, I had used one. I can't remember it might have been Krylon. Um, and it did not play well with my polymer clay. Now, this was ages ago, and they may have reformulated. I have to remind myself that last time I experimented with some of these things is getting kind of up there, and there might be new products on the market or reformulas, or things might have been reformulated or something. Thank you. I always wanted to start one, but I'm struggling to pick one thing to start making consistently. Right on. Now, whenever all I know is my own story, and so hopefully you can cherry pick what is useful to you and just leave the rest. But when Randy and I started our business, we were very interested in making money. I mean, we still are. But I mean, make arting is my passion, but we had bills to pay. And so we focused on less of a specifically what products we wanted to carry, because I knew that that would evolve and change, and I would kind of just make whatever I felt like. But we've always tried to stick to the formula of, having something in the booth that is just $5, and having something in the booth that sells for 20, or like we try to hit the 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 150. Like, we wanted to fill those price points, because if we only carried high end stuff, then it wouldn't make very much sense for us at a lot of the smaller arts and craft shows that we would go to. If we only carried low price point items, then we'd have to make, like, I mean, 1,000 sales, to like cover the expenses and, make the kind of profit that it would, to get it. Whereas on a high end product, we would have only had to sold like, 10 or 20. I'm bad at numbers, you guys. So thousands probably exaggerated, but I hope that that makes sense. And so we figured if we had a balanced and broad range of price points, then I could make kind of whatever I wanted, so long as we could fit it into that formula. And then, we'd be able to see, it's like, oh, I need more. We call them showcase pieces, the stuff that sells for like $50 and up, and gets displayed on like the fancier part of our booth. Or if we need, we call it filler. It's still handmade art, but technically, like these mushroom guys, some of these are gonna be filler. It's like just baseline mushroom guy. Um, oh wow, Tara says my rings are $5. I made 300 for this weekend because they sell so well. Wow, that's good for you that they sell so well. Do you offer any other ring designs that are like maybe $10 or $15 also? I just want to get his little nose clean. He looks like Mama needs to wipe his face. Like, because even dirty old gnomes need somebody wipe their face for him. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Rust-Oleum Painter's Touch 2 times Ultra Cover Gloss Clear Coat plus Primer Spray 12 ounce. Right on. And if that works for you, I trust you. I'll have to test it out. In bed with COVID, had to cancel. Oh no, at the biggest craft show of the year here. Very sad about it. Worked all year and my inventory is overflowing. That inventory does not go bad. And that's another tip that if anyone wants to take, uh, at face value, I suppose, is that all the prep that you do for a show, if that show doesn't go well, or if, like Tara, you're having to cancel it due to illness, which is, you always want to live to vend and craft another day, y'all. Like, um, there's not an expiration date on jewelry. I mean, unless you're making like edible necklaces or something, but like, for the most part, all of your hard work will lay over to the next show. It might not be as poppin', but there's no need to despair. These things happen. You gotta tidy that up. Ooh, Brooke says, how much research do you do when deciding if a new craft show is worth the effort? What do you look for in a show? The first thing I would do is to, usually if I've heard about another craft show, like if I'm looking into it, it's because I've heard about it, from another vendor. And then that would kind of gauge my expectation off of, my initial impression will be what that other vendor has had to say about it. And that will help me gauge, and also how many years they have done the event. Because if it's their first year there, and they're like, oh yeah, this year was great, there's no proof that this wasn't an anomaly year, because there are some, events that we've done that were like fantastic first year, fantastic first 3 years, and then just the coordinators just kind of stopped trying. They were like, oh, we don't need to work that hard. And it's like, oh no, yeah, you do. Just because people knew about your show doesn't mean they know about your show to like come and attend. So I would consider how long the show has been going. There are different groups on Facebook that you can find. Like one of them is We Are Vendors and Entrepreneurs. And that's like a lot of the convention vendors, anime and sci-fi and comic book will, at least when we were doing the circuit, that's where a lot of them would convene. You can share gossip about load-in and, find out if there's table closures or, and get people's uh, reviews of an event. Sometimes you have to take it with a grain of salt that, we all have different expectations and things, but you can get people's, opinions and stuff that way. So it doesn't all have to be word of mouth, in person. But I would look them up. I would see if the craft show only has a Facebook page, like they don't have an actual like website. I take that as a red flag. Just because it's not that hard to put together a website, and it usually, you know, just implies a certain level of professionalism, that if they're approaching this with professionalism, then, maybe they're taking their marketing seriously as well. I don't know. It's usually I won't do more than like a day worth of research about something, like in like one sitting. Like and then also, how much are they charging? Oh no, did I just rub black paint? Yes, I did. Oh, there's paint all in my hair now. Oh no. When did I get paint on the butt of my brush? Oh boy. Okay, well, if y'all see paint all over the back of my head, it's just because this is life now. Randy, edible jewelry. Randy, I'm covered in, oh. Oh no, and here comes the heater. Oh, and his nose is all goobered up. I gotta go wash this paint off of the back of my neck. Like, I just globbed. Like, oh boy. I'll be right back. Okay. I was able to get that's all the paint that's still Ooh, Tara says the problem with this one is the registration fee is non-refundable because it goes to the College Foundation Fund. That was $100. Yeah, I'm with Randy on this one. If you could ask to get it rolled over to next year's, like, because in today's age, like, companies have got to be sympathetic with, yo, I am sick, I cannot make it. But if you never communicate that need to them, there's no knowing. Where do gnomes get their art supplies? Gnome Depot. Nice. Okay, let's. It's very off-putting. I wouldn't. I would ask. I would. Friendships are awesome and stuff, but communication is where it's at. And I'd ask sooner rather than later. If only because there may be deadlines for that sort of thing. And the sooner you ask, the sooner you find out. Oops. I just want to get his little nose clean. I'm just over here picking gnome noses. You know what? He'll just be a dirty feller. Hey, Benjamin. Oh, we're doing really well. I just got a bunch of paint in my hair, but I'll be all right. Okay, come through. Gnomes in the coal mine, they crave the mines. I didn't mean to paint my hair. I had some on the end of the brush and my head itched, so I went in to like itch it and it just globbed. Like, I don't know when. I must have just dipped the brush into my paint palette at some point. Like the handle. Yeah, I thought I could use some low lights, you know. I'm getting wild with it. So I'm just adding that last little detail, which I think it makes it pop. So like, I kind of like that grimier, darker look. So I hope I answered that question okay. About, how much research do I do? So I go and I look at their website. I look at how much they're charging for their booth fee. I look at, normally places like that, like conventions and stuff will say, they'll boast about how many attendees they had. If a place says they got, I usually cut the number in half just in my head, whenever they're like, oh yeah, we got, 100 people. I'm like, did you? Are you counting them at the door? Or like, because sometimes counting at the door, they'll double or, they'll just count every time a person passes through. And if somebody bought a weekend pass, that same person may be going through that door quite a few times. Now that's more convention talk as opposed to like one day craft show. Bye, Dee Dee. Have a great rest of your day. I look for some gnomes while I'm at. Hey, CD, how's it going? I've had to learn to be compromising this past year a lot more than, like, I had to learn to ask for help in our booth, and it made a humongous difference for us. And that's, online and stuff, people are buying you as much as they buy the art. It's very much more that there's an opportunity to get to know the artist. But there's often times at a convention or at a craft show, unless it's perhaps a little slower paced, there's not a whole lot of opportunity for the person, shopping with you to really get to know the artist. And I was a little worried about that with, like, I didn't want anybody to be upset if they came to DragonCon to meet and chat with me and Randy and were being helped by, one of our helpers. Like, I figured, well, they'd just have to figure that out. If they really wanted to talk to Randy or I, they could ask or wait or something. But I dare say Amy and Maddie, our two helpers, well, it's our niece and her mama, but they were in the booth. They were our helpers that weekend. I think they sold me under the table just because, different personality types, different ways of, going about things. So it was phenomenal, and I don't think we would have done that well if I hadn't had accepted that I needed to ask for help and that I needed to be compromising in that their sale pitch is going to be different than mine. And, yeah, it's my business, and, but ego gets in the way more than it helps, I think, in my experience. Ooh, Deb says, I set up a work table on the side and work on projects. It seems to draw folks into the booth where I can sell them something. Yeah, that's a great idea. And you get to sit while working on stuff. So it's having a helper, and yeah, they might not know anything about anything the first time they're helping you in the booth. We've been in that situation, but, you train them, so my tip for if anyone were interested in getting a helper is do a show or two that are small, may not necessarily be like the most profitable or anything, but there's not a whole lot riding on the show. Pick like the cheapest local show and have your helper help you there, because that's a perfect opportunity to train them on setup and on teardown, on learning about the gemstones and different things, or just learning when is a good time to be like, hey boss, this person wants to know more about blah blah blah. And that way they can move the folks who need more help to you, and then they can take care of the folks who just want to buy stuff. Because not every single person who comes to the booth who wants to buy stuff wants necessarily to know about the whole like creative process or anything like that. So signage helps a whole lot. That way, there's kind of a little bit of a stand-in helper. It's like a little NPC, just a sign that sits there and conveys necessary information. Has really helped me. I mean, I still have to say what's on the sign to almost every single person, but I can point to it, and that way anyone else who is standing in front of the booth, getting, if somebody, this has happened, but standing by the earrings, a potential customer asks, are these hypoallergenic? And there's a person, kind of on either side and a little behind them who, whenever I start speaking, are interested as well. So now from that one person asking, I'm able to point with my hand to the sign that says, surgical steel ear hooks, hypoallergenic, or, whatever it is our sign says. And so having that interaction, I've now drawn multiple people's attention to the sign that then speaks for me. And that's where I use hand signaling a lot as well, because I don't know, I can barely hear what people are saying, because it's usually like loud in the room or something, and that way it's just communication, like communicative. And that's not nothing. Tara says, my son is great with setup and takedown. The rest of the time he acts as comic relief and entertains people waiting for actual help. It's having eyes on the booth and someone entertaining, engaging, there we go, who's entertaining and, personable. That's not nothing at all. That's awesome. Ooh, Marianne says, I'm wrapping a stone today in a large heady style. I'm so excited. I'm teaching this weave to a class on Sunday and wanted to have a large necklace to demo the wrap. Right on. I'm still so excited for you, Marianne, that you're getting to do that. More questions, please. Like, y'all have no idea how bad I need to feel helpful today. Please keep asking me questions. Oh, wow. Tara says the worst is trying to shout over a band playing at the show. I lose my voice. Oh my goodness. There was one Dragon Con where I had actually lost my voice, like laryngitis on freaking Thursday. So we weren't even open for selling yet. And all weekend, just my voice was completely shot. I had a little dry board. Like, we popped over to a dollar store and I got a dry erase board. And we'd made the little sign at the top of it that was like, I lost my voice. If I have any questions, please feel, or if you have any questions, please feel free to ask someone else. Like kind of stuff. But, yeah, playing loud music is the absolute worst. And again, it's the squeaky wheels that get the grease, I guess. But if you're at a show and that's happening, and it's not like, a live band performance, but if it's like a craft show and they are just bopping the Christmas music, find the person who took your money and complain to them, because, like, that's unnecessary. Like, it's just unnecessary. Oh, goodness. Yeah, that'd be something I'd watch out for, too, if you're looking for outdoor festivals, to just to ask, to be like, is there going to be live music being performed? Okay, is it going to be too loud in here for y'all? Let me mute it just real quick. Okay, so there's that. But, ooh, hey Jess, we are going to be working on making these gnomes into pendants next. So let me go grab those. Yeah, we set up TVs in our booth. Now. Yeah, let me go switch the heater off. I'll be right back, y'all. My beloved Pim. So let me take this stuff outside, and then I'll take you outside, and then we'll spray them. Okay. So it's cold outside, but we're gonna go out here, and we're gonna spray these little gnomes with our Pim. This is my last can of it. I am devastated, but it's still mostly full, so we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna hold my breath, so let me get oxygenated. Okay, holding breath now. Now it's a nice windy day. Whew. And I'm just changing the direction, the angle. There we go. Oh, I need to go get that can. I'll set a timer or something, but we're gonna have a cup of coffee. Just real quick. There we go. Okay, oops. Keep knocking stuff over. Okay, so I'm gonna let the gnomes dry outside in that breeze. Ooh, Sherry says my sister and I set up a slideshow about our jewelry. That's a good idea. Hey, Beth, how's it going? Tara says I set up my tablet with a slideshow of my stuff. That's awesome. Ooh, let me make sure I'm in live chat. There we go. Well, hey, Emily. Well, thank you so much. I love this little tea set. Ooh, Julia says my time is my own once again, so this is where I've wanted to be for months. Well, welcome back, Julie. We're doing really well, Beth. It is winter. Winter is coming. It's not quite here, but it's getting its claws into us. Hey, Viking. She says those are looking really good. Thank you. I'm excited about them. Like, I love them. I did not think they would turn out this nice. Ooh, Sandy says, how off topic, but how can I prevent the warmth of my hands from distorting the piece while maintaining a grip? Are you talking about like with polymer clay? I did not set a timer, Randy. I should have. And yet here we are. Let me go out and get that stuff. Okay, I'll be right back, you guys. Oh, that looks so cool. Okay, so it's not quite a black light, and I'm sorry for the noise this is about to make. But, okay, so this is how our gnomes be looking. Oh, it doesn't quite pick up on the... It's not quite fluorescent. It's just my house plants, but... I don't know. They looked cool, but the camera's not picking it up as well as I hoped it would. Wire wrap stuff. Gotcha. Well, perhaps using a clamp. I have 2 examples I can show you. Okay, well, I can't find my screw clamp, but I do have this one here that's a ring clamp. And it's really great because you would take, the end of what you're weaving, and you could press this wedge into the back. And so you could have it with your wires protruding out that way or something. But that can hold them for you. Because a lot of the times, especially if you find yourself in a situation where, like me, your hands are very cold, and so you have a bit of, either it's just temporary with my hands being cold, but sometimes, if you're losing feeling in your hands or you don't have your grip strength, using a clamp can really help you to not be distorting your wire. So, right on. Terry says, my daughter gave me a tea set like that. I love it. Oh, JMax says, I bought myself a ceramic tea set ever since we had a tea after party. We'll get you y'all's tea kettles out. Hey, Christina. I am building an army worthy of Gnome Door. Who do you serve? Ember Cat. They all serve Ember Cat. Do you think gnomes and cats have like a wary allegiance to each other, or is it just like they hate each other? I bet it's a love-hate relationship. So I'm going to scooch all of our little gnomes. And I love the PIM because it just dries so fast. There is no tackiness, like, at all. It has sealed it. I'm not worried about the backs at all. I'm not fooling about with that. Mythical. They have a symbiotic relationship. Yes. Gnomes live probably to torment the kitties. Okay, let me go set this in the other room. I'll be right back. That's a really good question. Dragon Lady says, how can you find out the art to start making? I'm trying to debate between 3D printing, resin, and sculptures, but I feel stuck in between all the decisions. Well, 3D printing, I mean, all three of those seem like they would go very well hand in hand. Which one do you have the most experience with? Because to go back to what I was talking about earlier, when Randy and I were starting our business, we were very focused on just getting the bills paid. So we were like, we need to have a broad price point. So what are we interested in making that we can price at these different things? And I was interested in the time in wire wrapping, macrame, bead stringing, and chainmail. And so I just did all of those things to fill whatever I was interested in at the time. Because that's really important. Like a lot of y'all are very creative people who, like, if you sat down and had to make 30 of these, you would be like, you might be miserable. You might be happy at 5 or something, but and I just want y'all to know that is okay. Like, I don't know if this is normal. Like, but you follow what you're passionate about. I'm passionate about making 30 of the same damn thing, apparently, but follow your passion and, just go that away. Because the joy that you get out of your work is what you have left at the end of the day when the money is spent and the booth fee is paid and, it's Snow White and her 30 gnomes. Yeah. If I were a box of chainmail rings, where would I have put me? Here we are. Doo-doo-doo. Snow White is very satisfying. Oh no, what happened? I think you missed my comment. I had to deliver my new puppy back. She has allergies. Oh, Ben, I'm so sorry. Georgia Lady says Vaughn's gnomes would be so cute on holiday trees and wreaths. Oh, well, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to start with because the thing is all of these guys I was gonna have strung up, like I have them made as a bead, so it has like a little hole going through their hat so they can be strung onto a necklace. So I do think I'm just going to do all of these ones. I'm going to stick to my original plan, and I'm going to do all of these ones as pendants. So I'm going to scooch those over that way. I like to get the easier stuff out of the way first, because then I can just be like, woo, 15 pendants. Done, done, done. But yes, oh my god, keep the questions coming, you guys. These are so good. Resin is what I have the most experience with. I guess the money commitment's tough, so I haven't been able to try the others yet. Right on. What kind of, because 3D printing and sculptures to me go hand in hand like this, because if you're able to sculpt something, do a 3D like scan of it or something, or even purchase files with the licenses to 3D print stuff to use in your sculptures. That goes very much hand in hand, and then you could put 3D printed stuff into your resin. For me, 3D printing, it seemed to have a very long learning curve because, well, I'm a very messy chaos person, which is okay. It's just on anything that it wants you to do the same thing in the same sequence, um, that stuff's really hard for me. Randy does really well at it. Like, he can do wire up LEDs in no time, whereas it took me 3 hours and like 2 good crying sessions to still not have it wired together. Whereas he did it in about 10 minutes, and that's because the iron took a while to heat up. So, if 3D printing might not be as daunting for you as what it feels for me, but I would encourage you to maybe consider what product lines you'd be able to, and kind of weigh the cost of investment to the cost of what you'd be able to produce. Oh no, Lita says, I have felt like mediocre meatloaf all week. Thank goodness for the weekend. Oh my god. It's okay, we love mediocre meatloaf here. Welcome to chat, Lita. I hope your meatloaf gets better. Please don't forget to smash the like button. Aw, thanks, Steve. Okay, so let me make sure we have the right bales before I go all willy-nilly. My booby just grabbed that and tried to drag the whole tray off the table. You ever feel like your boobs are actively working against you? Right? Leslie says, I have not eaten all day, so mediocre meatloaf sounds amazing right now. Because I would prefer a bale that I can attach with just one ring, to rule them all. But 2 rings would be better. Just because I like the look of it. So let's see, I have 15, so maybe I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of that style. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of that style. Ooh, now I want meatloaf. We're having tacos for dinner. Like, I'm gonna make homemade taco goo. 1, 2. Well, which one should we do? Because I like this one with the wood grain, but I also like this one. I like this one better for with the mushrooms, so I'm going to use these ones. 2, 3, 4, 5. I get a lot of my little alloy charms from AliExpress or Amazon or Etsy. And you can dip these in the Mod Podge hard coat. We're having chili. Hubby started a few hours ago. It smells so good. Ooh. Yeah, they're like they're in like an iron alloy that's been covered in an enamel. But with these ones, I find they've held up well enough. And we always tell folks that if they're dissatisfied with something, they can send it to us and we'll fix it and send it back. Haggis inspired meatloaf tonight. Ooh! Tell me more, please. I like putting ground mustard in my meatloaf sauce. Ooh. No, the black light got put away, Randy. I wasn't going to fool about with it just yet. I might at the end, whenever it's like darker outside, you know, like in 10 minutes when the sun sets. Okay, let's set that off to the side. And now these are 18 gauge 1/8 inch jump rings. They're aluminum. Yeah, well, I do the sauce for my meatloaf. I do like ketchup, brown sugar, and ground mustard. And like, I don't know, Worcestershire sauce maybe. I'm trying to think. It's been a long time since I've made meatloaf. It was from the 1971 Better Home and Garden new cookbook or whatever. And see, this is where it gets tricky on me, is because I love the way that two rings look, but this isn't quite letting it sit straight. So, but I really don't want to just do one ring. Just because I think it looks dinky. I don't know. There's got to be a better word for it, but I don't know what it is. I was hoping a hippie party, not Better Homes and Gardens, right? No, it was one of my friends. Let me show you, because it's like the most deteriorated book in my house. Like, I have used and abused that book horribly. But I feel like it's back when Better Homes and Garden actually did stuff other than be like, oh, look at this person's like cute living room. Like, okay. Like, they had practical, applicable information. Okay, so this is not my father's copy, but this is the copy that my dad had, like this edition. So all my dad's chili, my dad's New England clam chowder, was from these books, and so it was my friend had given it to me in high school. But oh, there it is, my meatloaf recipe. 2 eggs, 3/4 cup milk, half cup fine dry breadcrumbs, a 1/4 cup finely chopped onion, 2 tablespoons snipped parsley, teaspoon salt, teaspoon ground sage, pound and a half of beef, and then the topping is the ketchup, the brown sugar, and the dry mustard. I drain halfway through baking. It looks like one of the, and then 2 cloves of garlic. I also do 1 teaspoon of seasoned salt and 1 tablespoon of Worcestershire. I think it's W sauce. So it has microwave instructions. Do not microwave your meatloaf. What was happening in the 1981 that they thought, why have any of y'all microwaved meatloaf? Am I just put off by it because I'm ignorant? Like, should I be microwaving my meatloaf? Biking says I have the same book. It's in better shape than my Betty Crocker book, but not by much. Because it's, and the thing is though, is I want this edition, the 81, because the way, just the style, like, they changed the recipes. The recipes aren't the same on their website and in the newer editions. Like, they changed the wording and they changed the microwaved beef tastes weird. And you know, and that's what I thought. Let me go put this back. But they've updated the ingredients lists, kind of, and so they won't use butter as much in things. And I'm like, no, no, I want the one with the butter and lard. Don't skimp me on my recipes. The microwaves back then were huge. Right on. Ooh, Sherry says I have that book from 1973. My mom gave me a cookbook, 101 Ways to Fix Hamburger. Nice. I don't want to do it. What's going on, Christina? What brand of seasoned salt do you use? Lowry's, maybe? Red and white bottle. Better gnomes and gardens. Oh, Steve. The gnome's looking bitchy. Okay, so today we're gonna make a bunch of bitchy gnome pendants. Right on, Joette says I have an earlier edition. My aunt gave it to me as a wedding gift, 1973. Does it have a meatloaf recipe? It's like I wonder how much the recipes changed, between the 73 and the 81. Because I was looking online because I'd like to get like kind of another vintage edition. Oh, Christina, living your best life. Let's see. Maybe I will use the stainless steel rings. Well, let me check. That was this one. These ones I'll need to use a different ring. Maybe these ones will fit. And this is just another way that I like to add variation. So even though, again, I'm making kind of the same exact design, each one's just a little different, whether it's, this one has a brass ring, this one has a silver with texture, this one has a slightly different bail than that one, etc., etc. Just adding nuance variation. That one works. So we can do these rings with this one. I don't imagine we'll be able to do with these ones at all, really. We'll be able to do one ring at best. Let's see. There it is, my stainless steel. Okay, so these are 18 gauge 1/8 inch. No, these are 20 gauge 1/8 inch, but they are stainless steel instead of aluminum. I find they held up okay. Like, they hold up well enough for just little rings. I wouldn't use less than 2 of them. But I never knew my grandma on either side. And I really like cooking and food as a way of kind of connecting to my ancestors, really. Like, all humans that came before. Like, one of my favorite meals to eat is, or like little snacks, is dates, honey, and milk. That's like my favorite combo. It's so good. Hey, Pro. Oh, I love those 2 little rings. We will do that. And just like that, necklace is done. Or pendant, rather. And so we'll put these out on the pendant flat, and then we upsell chains for $5, but the loops are large enough that they could be accommodated by just about any chain or cord that a person might already have. I'll do these ones first. Do you have tried like brown white cabbage? Oh, I haven't. What's that, Nina? Like, I'll cook down some cabbage in some like salted butter and beef bouillon, and like I'll brown up the onions first and then sweat the cabbage, and we'll have that with beans and rice. And that's really tasty. Right on, Joy. Joy says, I lied. Mine is the joy of cooking. Nice. I'm feeling pretty good today, Pro. Like, I'm not pushing any like hard cardio or anything, but I think I'm staving off whatever. Like, my right lymph node is still like super swollen. But that is what it is. I'm drinking my water. I'm not, says Randy. Just want to make it clear that I'm not eating honey roasted peanuts and M&Ms. Ooh, that sounds good. Like mixed together. Oh, Iris says I can never get a piece straight. Oh no. Hey, Jen. I don't know if I said hey when you came in. Added mozzarella and bacon to chicken stir fry. Don't judge. I don't know. I can dig it. Okay. So we are doing these guys with the big rings. We're trying to hang in there. Could wear the gnome and talk, be a ventriloquist. He's the silent type. It's like Jay and Silent Bob. He's Silent Bob. Jen says, are the gnomes polymer clay? Are they keychains? They are polymer clay. I don't know if I would use one of these as a keychain, just because I've used the heck out of cheese canes. Keychains. There we go. Probably cheese canes too. But they're just pendants. These 15 are going to be pendants, and the other 15 I'm going to make into, I think, 3 different styles of necklace. I did. I think I said cheese canes instead of keychains. I seasoned a cheddar cheese slice last night. Ooh, what'd you season it with? Beth says, you would do the same design many, many times over to sell? Yes. And that's because we'll be posting to our shop as well as for in our booth. And then I want to be able to have some in multiple different styles. So we have the pendant styles, and then we'll have the different necklace styles. And then we have multiple events that we'd like to have the gnomes out at. And so while I have, let's say if I have a booth and I have just 50 slots that I can display jewelry in, which actually I can pull this up and we can kind of show y'all. Because it kind of plays out to where I run out of inspiration for, like, there's only so many unique designs that I can come up with, like, in a day or a week or a month or a year, you know? And so let me see if I can find it. Y'all want to see a picture that I love? This is Randy and I after we saw a double rainbow. We just stood in the rain getting soaking wet watching a double rainbow during the sunset one. Looks like late spring in the background. I love that picture of us so much. Where in the heck are the pictures of my booth? Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'm going to turn off all these other layers. This is where I do planning for our booth. There we go. So this is our 10 by 20 booth setup before we had our backdrop up. So we only have so many spots to have bracelets displayed. So let's see if we can do about 10 per row. We can have 150 bracelet designs. And so really what I hear whenever I say that is I need to have 50 designs in 3 different colors. You know, or something like that. And so that way I don't have to have, you know, all of those unique designs plus backstock. Like what happens if all I have is 150 bracelets and then I sell 10 and now my display is looking weak. You know, so if I have 150 bracelet slots, then I want to show up with 300 bracelets. And so I cannot, on my strongest day, whip up 300 unique designs. And you know, I'm not gonna say that. I bet if I really freaking applied myself, I could figure something out. I can't guarantee they'd all be good sellers, but um, we could figure it out. We'd put our brain cells together and get it sorted. Um, but it's a much easier time if if I come up with, you know, 100 designs and just do 3 color variations of each. That is a great way to simplify it. And typically, I'll do about 15 color variations per bracelet. Like Randy's been going through and making half Persian 3-in-1 stretchy bracelets. And he makes each bracelet color, like black and green. He made 5 of those. He made a black and blue, 5 of those. A red and black, 5 of those. And so that's how Randy really takes care of our basically entire bracelet inventory, because the stretchy stuff sells so well and it's so easy to resize, and we don't have to worry about a clasp or anything. How do you know a resin brand that won't melt in heat? Oh, I don't know. Like how hot, Iris? Oh, you be nice to my Randy Pro Pool. You behave yourself. Oh, Benjamin. I got you. Ooh. Oh, that's really cool. Tara says my friend made me take apart wood stair type shelves that I put my bracelets on. It makes space and draws in customers' eyes. That's very clever. Okay. So now that's all we need of those. And so that's why I kind of mass produce these handmade things, is because we'll even have slots. Like these are our pendant flats, so you can see here on this one, if we had like a particular type of, like, let's pretend like that guy is a gnome. So every time we sell a gnome from that spot, we'll put another gnome out, or like, one of our glow in the dark mushrooms, or, kind of. And so that way, whatever overstock tray, like it's a bigger version of one of these, just plastic trays, is what will have the pendants that are displayed on this flat, because we have Randy stands on this end, I stand on this end, and then it was Amy and Maddie. Now we still had our whole backdrop, and Maddie swapped out with me quite a bit because we'd kind of she played backup for me. Um, Whereas Amy and Randy were able to kind of more or less stay in their areas. But that way, if something sells off of this end of the table, Randy doesn't need to access any of my, backstock trays that are down on this end. So we have our stations, and like is with like. So behind each of these is the and we actually typically have like one pendant tray for these two, and then one bracelet tray for those two, so it's not like cluttered, because we want to have as little stuff actually out behind on the table as possible. We try to keep it very tidy, and Randy does a very good job of that. My end is always absolute freaking chaos, but that's fine. So I hope that's helpful to you. Ooh, Randy says, I think we are out of glow in the dark mushrooms with the crystal butts. Well, that might be what we have to make more of next. Oh, yes, glow in the dark gnomes, which these ones do fluoresce, which is not the same. I recognize that, but it is still pretty cool. Hey, Christy, how's it going? Says usually working, but today I'm enjoying the moment. Love listening to you getting prepared for fairs and festivals. Me too, I'm excited. And I'm hoping we can work in more events this year. Like, I'd love to start teaching more again. Ah, yeah. Tara says, I bought grid walls, but I found it difficult to sell jewelry from. Sometimes the obstacle is the way. We have a friend who lives out in Oregon now, But she makes beautiful jewelry, and the way that she has her set up is she has her 6-foot table, and then the grid wall is actually, I have the technology literally right here. Oh, that'd be so cool, Benjamin. Keep us posted. Okay, so I'm just going to make another layer on this one. Okay, so she had like her 6-foot table, and then her grid wall was here and here with like one going across as well. So this was the top view of her booth, whereas from the front, it pretend with me. She had it, that was her grid walls and her table, and then she just had the pendant roof. Let's draw a larger one. Whoops. But yeah, so she had these cardboard cutouts of the jewelry flocked with the velvet just all over. And she used binder clips. There'd be a binder clip attaching it here, here, and here. And then for each of her necklace designs that was out on there, she had a peg protruding from the back side that had multiple necklaces of that type hanging off of them. So if somebody was like, oh, I'd like that necklace there, she was able to just remove it from the back side. And that way, she wasn't having to fiddle about with taking down the displays and stuff. Which I just thought was the most clever thing, because any way that you can streamline it whenever you've got a very busy event, just whoops, super durable. But any way that you can streamline it is good, I think, because it allows you to be, the more efficiently I'm set up, the more I can handle the curveballs that get thrown at me. Whereas if it is just a regular, weekend vending, and I'm like freaking out and losing my mind because everything's disorganized, and everything, like I keep knocking the displays down, trying to pull down necklaces every time anybody wants to buy something, and it's just stress, stress, stress. That's not a good starting point for me. Super durable indeed. And so, I mean, everything is still handmade. I still feel like it is art. I feel like it is a way, like the mass produced aspect of, just because there's 30 gnomes doesn't mean, would it have made them any better if I had taken 30 days where I just made one a day? From the, like, the art perspective. And I personally, I don't think so, because I learn real well off of this. I'm now 30 gnomes better at sculpting, and it's barely been a week. Oh, that'll be a great idea, Tara. She says, I think I'll use them to display bigger craft pieces as a backdrop. Batching is always good. I batch lots of jobs because all the wait times for glue and stuff to dry. Yeah. Like, and that was something too, is like doing like the the glazing with the fluorescent orange. Like, I'd paint one, and then by the time I got to the 30th, I'd go back to the first one and I'd be able to do the second coat. And so even though I was working nonstop, I prefer that to having to stop, because then I get derailed or distracted or I'll wander off. I like to be constantly flow state working when I'm working if I can. Ooh, Iris says, Jazz's deep resin dragon dice has me inspired for a pour. Evan and Kathleen with their pumpkin casting was my first inspiration. Right on. Mm-hmm. I'd definitely go then with whatever products they recommend if they have experience in it. More questions. Tara says, it's like a factory assembly line. Yeah, but not everything about factories is villainous. Like, efficiency is just efficiency. The potters of old dug all their clay, or as much clay as they could in one go. That way they didn't have to come back and, redig clay every time they wanted to make another pot. Efficiency is just a very human thing, I think. It's like, while we have the tool out, we may as well do all of the thing that this tool is used for. Yeah, definitely. Pro says not to mention setup times for the machines. If I didn't batch jobs, I would waste hours and hours on setup time. Yeah. Now, I'm going to do the little asterisk disclaimer. This style of crafting is not for everyone, and I understand that. Like, I don't want anybody to feel pressured that they have to be making their stuff in batches or anything like that. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. There we go. Worked in a factory. My parents met there. That's what our city thrives on mostly. That and Italian food. Right on. But this part is so rewarding to me. Like, it's almost an elation of, I got another one done. Like, it's so rewarding. And so I get that, like, I get to press that dopamine button 15 times in a row with these pendants, and it made me wait. So I like it, I'm training myself to get better at, prolonging the amount of time that I have to wait for that brain chemical craft feel good. Um because then I can kind of, almost have it set up that it's like I know I'm gonna be exhausted by day 3, and I get that big old pick me up. I don't know if there's any validity or science to that at all, but I get to kind of just swim around in the satisfied of a job well done a little longer when I'm doing all 15. Cheese works good too. do, 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 do. Do 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 do. Herp and derp doodle do. Herp derp do. Herp and derp doodle do. And our little army of gnomes. Hey Anne, how's it going? She says I've missed heaps. Those are great. Oh, well, thank you. I'm really pleased with them. Jay's cold -12. Oh, well, I'm glad you think so, Christina. In my experience, you are as well. these gnomes, you guys. Cleaning up any last little bit. Very cool. Okay, so now we get to have a cup of coffee. And we get to think about what designs we're going to do for the necklaces. Debbie says your ADHD squirrel and my ADHD squirrel are soul sisters. Nice. Hey, sister, soul sister, benefactor sister. Okay, not to just scooch them all out of the way, but time to scooch them all out of the way. Okay, so I think we will do 5 that are strung as beads on, like, where the whole necklace is like beads. I'm going to do 5. I'm just going to do the 2 designs. I think that'll be all right. We'll have those strung as beads. There's no place like Gnome. Eee! Hey, Elijah. Do good at your vending event. Good luck to you. Hey, Aramaic art. Can you do half-sized ones for earrings? Yes. Let me go get those real quick. Oh. So the thing is, for me at least, sculpting small stuff is way more challenging than sculpting medium or large. Ah, right on. Well, I'm really glad you were able to join us, Aramaic. And so what I've done here, like this was harder to sculpt than that for me. Like, it's just small. So I sculpted these 2 and I have them very, very flat backed. And I was going to put them down on like some tape or something and make a mold of them. And I'm not in frame. But that way, I gotta plug my phone in. I just realized my battery is probably quite low. Oh yeah, I was at 33%. That's okay though. But that way for the earrings, I can cast them from resin and then possibly paint them. But also, well, yeah, I'm definitely probably gonna paint them. But I may burnish with mica powders the inside or use colored resins. Like I could use like a white resin or something. We could figure it out. But I also thought it'd be very cool to electroform them. Just make little copper gnome nuggets. But yeah, so that's my hopes for the earrings, is to kind of make them because the earrings, I'd want them to be like really cool. Like I think these are very cool too, but it's very hard for me to get things to match and like be mirrored well. So do you make Nisser, the Danish name, gnomes to jewelry? Oh, I didn't know that. On Engineer, you can just make a silicone mold that shrinks 30 to 40% in size. What? I don't know if Randy's shown me something about that, or if I don't know, but how, that'd be wild. That'd be so cool. Like, gosh. What wizardry is this, though? Do I want to do this with wire going through it or beading wire? So I'm going to use 22 gauge so it's nice and easy on my hands. You could make brooches out of the larger ones. I would have sculpted that into the back to have like the brooch pin before the final bake. Let's see now. I want the loops to be large enough that I can fit 2 jump rings through them. And so I'm going to do a 2 wrap loop because I like the look of that. So we've wrapped twice around, and there's 1, 2, and 3. It looks like your father-in-law. Hey, pretty cute. How's it going? And then I'm going to give myself... Let's see how much that uses up. So I'm going to come right here. And I'm going to carefully bend. I don't want to put too much pressure on the inside of the clay, but also I want it to hold up. Right on, Victoria. Ooh, Christy says, thank you for these crafting sessions. I took some time off from crafting, sitting here crocheting some slippers as I watch you. You're inspiring me to do more. Right on. Crocheted slippers sounds so nice. Ooh, scarf clips or scarf rings, yeah. Now, personally, I don't do a lot of stuff like that for our booth, just because I don't really have a spot to display it. But that's where having an online store comes in really, really handy. So there's that. Snip. That's not so bad. That was a pretty good gauging of how much wire to allow myself. If you're able to see those little pieces. I'm going to build my own case cover out of resin and make a shelf for the Lego toys I got. Oh, right on, Iris. If you'd rather be crafting, be crafting. I don't think I've ever once used the inventory information that we've collected prior to a show, other than to just try to appease myself that, yes, it is enough jewelry. So. Oh, a barrette would be really fun, yeah. I don't know that there's a bead that I could use that wouldn't make it look like he's got something coming out of his ears. There we go. So it's 1, 2, 3. Oops. I don't know. I like feeling industrious. Whenever I do a bunch of something, it just feels rewarding to my little squirrel brain. So, thank you, Pro. You're right, they're little robot gnomes. What do you think, Randy? Is that detrimental to the design, or is it? Because if it looks ridiculous, then I'll probably stop while I'm ahead. It may be a bit blurry. You may also want to try checking your settings. In YouTube, there's a little gear icon, and you can select the playback quality. I guess before I get super into this, I could go ahead and make one full necklace. Of this style. Ooh, should I use red glass or should I use garnet? Well, it looks like I only have 6 of the red glass. So I think I'll do those to start with. So that takes care of 3. And then maybe we'll pull more beads whenever we've decided. Yeah. So, and it'd be joined with these stainless steel rings, and then it would just be chained from there. Ooh, yeah, little small white beads. Like perhaps some hellite. Hey, Sam. How are you feeling? Making 300 rings made it boring. I got bored with the trees too, but I still haven't fancy wrapped a cab. It's a sign. Yeah, follow your passion. Oops. Well. Uh-oh, I really need that bead. Okay, we're going on a quest, everybody. Pray for my kneecaps. Haha, I found you. Okay. Ouch, snap, crackle, papa. Okay. Still sore, but coping. Thank you for asking. Right on. Bead cap quest. Woo! Ah, accent, pretty cute. Oops. So there's that. There's one link. There's two links. Let's get them all link-a-dinked together. Ooh! Oh, the bar lost power and had to come home. Oh no! Ooh, some little leaf beads would be really cute right here too. In fact, I may check and see if I have some of those in some of my Potomac bead boxes. Just joining. So that's kind of what I was thinking, Randy. What do you think? And then it would have chain extending off the ends. Iris says I gotta find more leaf beads. I only have like 12. Oof. Oh, well, thank you, Tavala. I'm really pleased with them. And I think on these ones, I'm going to do 3 of this style of necklace with just the red. And then I'm going to do a couple with garnet, because this is another way where I add a layer of variation, just like how we did the pendants with 3 different bail styles. Because it's, again, you can kind of... I have my pendants in litters, it seems. So you can tell they're siblings, but they're a little different. Better, less like a robot. Gotcha. Tavala says, I'm obsessed. Well, stay tuned. We're going to have a tutorial coming out. They would look really cool as a little... I mean, that is the least practical ring I'll have ever made in my whole life, but sometimes you just need it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make the rings then. And this is the sort of thing... And I almost don't even want to say this out loud because I know Randy's going to feel bad, and I'm not saying it to make him feel bad. But if he were in working order, I would have him open up all the jump rings for me because I am lazy. They really do, Christina. They really do. I think I need to drink up that coffee that's in my pot, because I put a cinnamon stick in it, and it is making it like really powerfully, almost too cinnamony. I mean, not too cinnamony, because I really like cinnamon. But I do think I am gonna And I may make another pot of like chai or something. Oh yeah, that's cinnamony. Cinnamon monster. Sparky says not all of us have a Randy. Yeah. I'm super lucky, I'm not gonna lie. Like, she's a Randy show off. But I mean, I've put in the time to very patiently and encouragingly. I mean, it didn't take very long to train them on the chainmail and stuff, but if you've got a friend, or if you meet if you've got a young person in your life, like, y'all bet your britches, if I've got somebody in my house for more than like half an hour, I'm teaching them how to craft so I can put them to work. So Randy just chose to stuck around. Right on, Tammy. Yeah, I'll have to get some water going for that in a little bit. Tavalla says, my daughter, age of 6, comes and shops my craft supplies so she can craft her own things. Ooh! I hope that's a good thing. I bet she's having an absolute blast, but that would make me a little wild if somebody went from it, like, going in expecting to have a bead and it got used. I'd get over it. My nieces are adorable, but it's just things, really, and I feel like it's more important for the little ones to make good memories and have good experiences than for me to get to hoard my beads. I have to ask her if she's shopping or just visiting. Well, thank you, Tammy. I'm increasingly pleased with them. Every step of the way, I am more glad that I went ahead and took the dive into trying something new. Beef broth coffee today, bro. Yeah, I bet that's not as bad as it sounds. I do like beef broth. And you could do a wrapped link on these too. You could make it a little bit more decorative. Christine, you're so kind and supportive. She's like, good for you, Bropool. I think it's just coffee, but it like tastes like beef broth or smells like beef broth because he lost his sense of smell or taste, I think. Don't let me speak for you, Pro, but it's just, no, he hasn't gone full on deranged yet. At least not as far as mixing beef bouillon in with his coffee or something. So there's those two. Oh no, Iris. Ha! Deb says, yeah, I taught my sister-in-law and she created a business. Right on. Good for her. But yeah, Randy didn't show up knowing all these awesome things that he knows now. He was my best friend and he followed me on some adventures and I was like, hey, you want to learn how to do this? Sometimes he'd say yes. Sometimes he'd be like, oh, no, thank you. I'm perfectly busy. But I've never once regretted teaching someone anything, really. They may not have done with it, what was expected or anticipated, but just getting to have that moment together of teaching and learning and teaching. Ooh, Victoria says, yes, I always had to ask my mom, but I'm teaching my little one. We're finishing a snowflake. Ah! Oh, Jennifer says, is Abby still around as her, or has she gone back? She has gone back to college. This past Sunday, she went back. And she's exploring some other options as well. Like, it still looks like she's going to be moving in with us, but she may, she still may not. It's a little bit in limbo, but we're here for her if she needs us. Sarah is glad he can say no sometimes. That is hard. Yeah, and for a while it was like, what do you mean you don't want to learn? Like, I had to be empathetic to, everybody's different. Not everybody wants to learn every single thing, that crosses their, attention span. And so I respect that my passions are not his passions, but where they overlap, I do enjoy that time we get to spend together. Right on. Oh, Viking says, I was not a very good teacher, not really very patient. That part is really challenging. It is. But all of my kiddos have gotten into their own various levels of creating. I like to think as a result of seeing me create through the years. Right on. Teaching takes many forms too. It's not always. And I'll say it is much easier to be patient when I can ban people from my chat um, than it is to some have squirmy little ones or someone who's just not interested or, so I've had a whole lot of practice. So whenever I am teaching in person and it gets challenging, I've had to learn how to teach through that. But yeah, you're very right, Sarah. Hard for that no to not be personal. It is, but I prefer honesty. Like, I'd rather be sad that he doesn't want to learn something. Like, with leather raking, I was pretty bummed out because I really could have used the help. And also, I mean, and he did still help with, like, cutting things out and stuff. But he was like, I don't want to do the tooling. I don't want to do... And I was like, but you could make such cool stuff. And he's like, but I'm happy not doing it. And I was like, okay, I respect that. Oh, goodness, Pro. Yeah. So there's that little guy. Let's see. There's one. We're just going to have a whole... I'm just going to do one at a time. That way, because I'm really afraid of... I would not want to thread a very thick wire through here and then bend it against the... and we could just wrap them up like that too. But I like the way that we're fixing to go about it. I wouldn't put a 16 gauge through here and start trying to bend it and stuff. I hate to be this way, but I don't want to think about being sick with COVID for a little bit. I'm in happy craft space where just crafting. Doing our wrapped loop. And this is what I call working off the spool. So my wire is still attached to the spool, and I hope that this will help me to not have too much scrap. Well, I feel a little something something in my throat for the past like week. like with swollen lymph nodes, and so I've been worried about getting sick. And it's like, you know, I'll worry when I get sick, but until then, like once I'm sick, I'll be thinking about being sick plenty. So I'm trying to just. Ooh, bright yellow, yes. We'll have to go through. I'm still gonna finish up these ones, but I'm gonna get all of these heads to this point. Yeah, I'm hoping it's just the weather change. Because we've gone from being very mild to being quite cold again. And rainy. Hey Nancy, thank you. I'm really pleased with them. Ooh, Sparky says, I asked my hubby about helping with crafting. He said no thanks. I know he's just too busy. With his mistress, aka his guitars. That's fair. Sorry, at first I read with his mistress and I was like, oh shit. So, but I'm glad it's just his guitars. Though that may be more expensive, depending. Hobbies can get that way. Yeah. Hawk says this has been a very rough year for sales, but there's always a happy place when we come here together on Friday. Yes. Welcome to my happy place. Together it is our happy place. But yeah, instead of getting kind of worn down and glum about sales and things, I'm planting seeds for next year. And I foresee gnomes in my future. Oh, really? Pro says it's supposed to be in the 60s and 70s, sunny for the next 10 days. Oh, that'd be nice. Is Sela Francis, don't gnomes bring good luck? I do hope so. This one's a little lopsided with his loops, but I think that'll be okay. Hey, Al, how's it going? Tammy says it's snowing here in Spokane, Washington. It always makes me feel creative. Ooh. Christina says gnome beards match the indigo gray sky here today. If not, they do now. Nice. I think I prefer working off spool with these bad boys. So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4. Ooh, Christy says, have you ever done any weaving, such as kumihimo? I haven't. Like, I've done, like, some macrame, but I don't think that's the same. That's not tying more than weaving. Now, I weave baskets, or used to. It's been a decade since I've woven a basket, but I do enjoy it. Right on, Jennifer. Right on. He's finally got this account back. Oh, I'm glad you did. How have you been? I actually think that's... Oh, there's still a little bit. Oh my gosh, look at how the cinnamon stick has unfurled. It's wild. Cheers, everybody. Clink. Oh, really, Tara? CSL Designs has really, I think she has the best tutorials on it. Looks like a Vienna sausage. I love a good Vienna sausage in my coffee. Okay, guys, let's keep it crafty, please. Ooh, ginger and turmeric tea. I've been putting ginger, like raw ginger, in my chai. And I really enjoy that. But I've not had turmeric. Do you use it powdered? Oh, goodness. Sparky says, mine is trying to find a group and just hasn't had the right fit yet. Plus, he just had back surgery in September and shouldn't be playing now anyways. Oh, goodness. I hope he's healing well. Oh, there we go. I had painted over the holes, but it's not a problem. Fortunately, I always worry. I'm like, oh, I hope it won't be a problem until it is. Christy says, I find just making the cord is relaxing. Right on. Do you just do with the cords or do you with wire as well? It comes together. Turmeric is a superfood. It's really good if you brew it with chai. Oh, okay. But like, oh, I imagine powdered. Jennifer says, I've done kumihimo with a variety of cord and yarns that make good draw cords for small bags. Okay. Because some of the designs I had seen, they're very lovely, but like, other than maybe a bulky bracelet, I couldn't really find anything that I liked to use the kumihimo chain for in like jewelry applications. Judith, can we try to keep it crafty, please? We've never been much for discussing current events on the channel, and I like it that way. Oh, doing it with hemp rope? That might have been itchy. Like, was that itchy, do you think? Ah, kumihimo is Japanese braiding. Think of it like that instead of weaving. Okay. Ooh, Elsa's starting to play with scales now as well. Right on, Sherry. Ooh. Hawk says, I put black pepper with my turmeric because it blossoms the turmeric. It's supposed to be better for you. I use it in my golden milk. Right on. Ooh. 8-aught seed bead with kumihimo was a nice size for a bracelet. Viking says, I had to look it up. Not like I need another craft. Really pretty, though. Marianne says, I'm making progress. But wow, this is so messy at this stage. Right on. Ah, the pepper makes it more bioavailable. Really? Because I was looking at, I'd love to grow, like, ginger and turmeric, I think, are actually, like, really similar rhizomes, like, in structure. So I was thinking about trying to grow those in pots. That way I can bring them in over the winter. Uh-oh. Marion says I have 10 pokey wires that I'm trying to avoid being scratched by and lots of weaving wires. Oh, goodness. You've got this, though, Marianne. Hawk says, I do the weaving with beads, so there's a bead. It takes a lot of beads, but it's worth it. I use them for neck chains. Right on. Iris says, I'd love to grow some turmeric and ginger in a pot under the tree. Just buying or finding. Yeah, it's hard. We found a big old flat of them at Sam's Club. So that's what I've been gingering everything up before they start to get like mildewy or something in the fridge. Sushi is just a handle for the ginger. Oh, Jennifer says I did use aluminum wire to make flat braid kumahimo. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, which I made a bangle with. Does it look cool hammered? Like, I wonder if you were to like mill it out, like if it would have like a really cool pattern, you know? Ooh, Aramaic says I'm unraveling my new 4-foot Christmas tree, getting it ready to decorate. That's a good tree size. Jennifer says the different colors made it pretty. Nice. That's the only wire I'm playing with this second. It's just the biggest wire tree ever. Um, Ah, Shar Shar says, hey there. Hey Shar Shar. One problem I have with learning new things is that I want the good quality supplies, but that gets expensive. You get crummy results until your skill matches the quality of your supplies. Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, that is a very real aspect of this. But I think an important stage of crafting that gets glossed over really because everybody like really wants to like get to it. But it's something I've been doing a lot with lampwork glass. Is which ring, Judith? These ones? These ones? I've made some beautiful work on cheap supplies. Yeah. But that's something I've been doing a lot with lampwork glass lately is I'm watching a whole lot of videos. Like on different techniques and stuff, like before buying the tools and different glass and stuff for that technique. I'd watch and do a whole lot of kind of like in college terms, it would be more of a attending lecture hall before doing the lab sort of stuff. Iris says, I try to practice with cheap material and save the high quality for something I know I can perfect. Yeah. Ooh, right on, Al. Oh, with the scale mail? Or chainmail or both. Honestly, I think both go really hand in hand. Shar says, I finally realized why I get so disappointed with watercolor. I was using poor quality paints, and the paper is super important. Okay. Yeah, that one, it really is. Watercolor painting, it makes such a difference to have, like, good paper. Because otherwise you just get discouraged from the outset. Or I do, at least. Excuse me. Oh, Aramaics is having a rough time because I bought some silver and found out why next time I will be buying dead soft. Oh goodness. Now, this has happened to me. What gauge of wire do you have, Aramaic? Because if it's like a 20 or a 22 gauge, and if it's like half hard or full hard, those make really great earring hooks. Of rose brass, found out for sure I need dead soft. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, right on. I'll have to check that out, Tara. 20 and 22. Now, I don't know about rose brass. I don't know how that would interact as an ear hook. Um, I mean, the only thing I can imagine is it might leave like a green residue or something. Um, but yeah, it's wire didn't go bad. Sometimes you just got to find the right project for it. Hey, longevity. I decided to use brass for chainmail. Oh, that's going to be so pretty. Brass oxidizes and polishes up so beautifully too. Ooh, Jennifer says, I like to try to use old, broken, or unwanted secondhand jewelry to remake it into new designs. That's very clever. Hawk asks, have you and Randy put up your Christmas tree yet? We haven't. It is December 1st though, so I guess it is getting to be time. I'd like to go foraging around and see if I can't find like some nice like secondhand wreaths and garlands and stuff for doing over the doors. AJ says, shout out to my fellow lurkers. I love my lurkers. I think it'll be good, Aramaic. The brass is strong enough for that. Randy says, bah humbug. Though I don't know, it might be a good Christmas for just putting a fire on the YouTube, like one of those fireplace channels, and sitting under an electric blanket and just pretending. But I usually like to put my tree up a little closer to Christmas time, and then I like to leave it up through January, because that's when it's coldest and darkest around here. Like that's when the weather turns genuinely sour, and that's when I want the warm Christmas tree vibes as much as possible. Though I'm wondering, we may put the Christmas tree up in the living room upstairs, and then just decorate down here with the wreaths and garlands. Jennifer says the colder weather sends me into hibernation mode. Yes, I love hibernating. Ooh, right on. Yes, Al. Oh my gosh, Kick is awesome. Like, I love it over there. Excuse me. Hey, Amber Kitty. Yeah. Oh, my sweet baby. What you doing? It is cold, huh? Well. But we've been streaming over on Kick from noon to 6 p.m. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. So if you guys like hanging out here in the craft room on Fridays, well, we do that over on Kick those other days too. Thank you guys. Randy goes, bah humbug. Well, give me just a little bit, y'all. I am going to go check on my resident Grinch. Give him some kisses. Make sure he doesn't need like a hot water bottle or an ice pack or anything. So I'll be right back. y'all. I'm gonna go get some tea on. I will be right back. I got you, babe. Okay. Whoops. Wait, I forgot to get the kettle going, but I did find this cat. Oh, she's very good. There you go, baby. Whoop. All right, keep all these kind folks company. Amber, baby, you're a real good kitty. Cat. Kitty. Okay. I'll be right back, y'all. Alrighty, y'all. I've got the kettle on. Cat. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to keep an ear out for the kettle. Oh, Randy, because I slept wrong and now I can't move my dang old head at all. Okay. Uh-oh. I keep skimping myself and I don't need to. Right, Al? Do y'all have more questions for me? I like feeling helpful today, and y'all asking questions really keeps me in a good headspace. Right on, Jennifer says, I got something similar the other week. The pain was in my shoulder and neck. I was lucky it dissipated by the next day. Right on. Yeah. Yeah, Randy's been doing his stretches and stuff. I keep hounding him to drink more water. Just in case. You know. Never hurts to, or never helps to be dehydrated, so. It's a natural artist ailment after 30. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Ooh, Deb says, love how the gnomes are turning out. Will we be able to buy a gnome bead, a plain gnome, in the shop to play with? I may have to make another batch. That would be really cool, though. Ooh, Al says, what is a good pattern for bikini top straps? Okay, so it's real talk time. Boobies get heavy, and it looks very, very cool for chainmail straps to go over your trapezius muscle, like into like either a bikini strap or like a halter or a bikini. But it's not comfortable. Like usually we'd use like a European 4-in-1 or a European 6-in-1, which is my preferred. And normally I'll do all strapping out of the European 6-in-1. And even if it's not a stretchy chainmail top, I will do the part that goes over this area in stretchy European 6-in-1, just so that it gives a little bit of move and bend over the collarbone, over the trapezius muscle. So, and also on a lot of them, I just end it with like a nice, like squared off stainless steel ring and attach ribbon that then goes, because again, it's not exactly like the best, it's not everyone's preferred look, but for folks who are going to be dancing or performing in their tops, or it like, because we did a lot of costuming for belly dancers, or anyone who's going to be wearing their top throughout the day, it's really nice to have something with a little bit of stretch and give other than just cold hard metal against your collarbone. So that's usually I'd have it stop right below the collarbone and go into ribbon, or I'd make the transition into a 6-in-1 with using stretchy rubber rings with metal down the center. So I hope that's helpful to you, Al. Ooh, I Walk in the Rain says, with all that you do, what is the size split ring that you use the most? Probably 3/4 inch. And I use that for like costuming and stuff, but I actually don't really use any split rings in my jewelry. Um, Mostly because if we're doing a repair or making a modification in the booth, I don't want to have to fool around with a split ring. Um, right on, Christy. Have a great rest of your day. Let me angle this. There's white stuff falling outside. Snow, let it snow. Herpin derpin derp, herpin derp. Oh, Randy, go take yourself a shower, baby. Probably by the time the hot water bottle's ready, you'll be out of the shower. And then we can have dinner. And then we can veg out on the couch, and I'll use that neck massager on you. These I sculpted from polymer clay. Oh, it'd be so cool if I'd made these from glass, though. I'm just gonna say. Oh, jump rings? Tara says, I think most of my dumplings are loops are 4mm. I like to, I don't know, however big that is. I use the 1/8 inch a whole lot, is probably my favorite. Right on, Al. He says, okay, thanks. I'm just starting with the scales, but bikini type costume will be my first costume. Yeah. Ooh, I can hear the water going. Because this first batch of water, I'm going to put a cup of tea on. So to refresh my kettle. I like the ones with the swoopy hats the best, I think. I don't know, because I really like... oh. I love them all. I can't help myself. I can hear Ember pounding on the door to get into where Randy is. Oh, I don't know, Iris. Joe says, my first scale project was a mask cover during the plague years that made me look like someone out of Mortal Kombat. Oh my goodness. I saw a lot of really clever designs like that in the conventions.
She kicked me out of my warm spot.
I bet she did. I was hearing her pound on the door. It sounded like we were fixing to have a domestic. What?
I let her in, and she ran and laid down before I had a chance to get back to my spot.
What? Why are you pointing at me?
This is not the behavior I would have instilled.
It's not my fault that Ember's a cat. And that she and I have the same behavioral tendencies. Oh, thank you, Tara. Oh, Hawk says I could see all those gnomes hanging on a medium-sized Christmas tree. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had like a 2-foot tall Christmas tree as kids growing up. Tara says as long as it's not a clown, right? Okay, I think the kettle popped, so I will be right back. Okay, so I have my chai on. Come here, baby. Who's a good big boy? You're a good big boy. That's right. Oh my goodness. That is correct. It is you. You are the goodest of boys. You did so good keeping Daddy company. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open. I need 4 of these per necklace at this stage. Ooh, have you ever made a veil? I've done just a European foreign one, like over the face, like the lower part of the face veil. Is that how you mean? They were not particularly well received at the time. But I think I was also marketing to the wrong demographic. Like anime kids. Who feel, oh, the Grinch one? Because I think the next ones that I'm going to do kind of in this style, because I'm really enjoying doing sculpting like this, like a little bit of sculpting with a little bit of painting with a little bit of wire wrapped beadwork with a little bit of bead strung. Like, I'm digging it, especially if I can make molds of some of this stuff too. But I'd like to do one that's like a mushroom that glows in the dark, so kind of really almost exactly this, but instead of the little gnome man beard coming off, it'll be the mushroom like stem, but I'd like to still have it be flat backed with this kind of texture on there. Hey Tracy, how's it going? Ooh, who's that pretty kitty in your profile picture? Right on, Al. That's where creativity happens, is in the space between other thoughts. So letting your mind wander is like the just mentally going for a walk. It's so good for you. Right on. Tracy says, going well. Happy to make it for a bit. What are y'all up to today? Oh, I love it. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now I'm gonna do some in garnet, faux show. Ah, Joe says, I'm always worried that if I let my mind wander, it might not come back. Tara says I should make ornaments, 2023 ones. Oh, that'd be cool. Okay, so here we are with the garnet. Now, my garnet beads, the reason why I wasn't doing this earlier is because they can be kind of tricksy on me. Not all of them are the same size. Not all of them have the same size hole, which shouldn't be a problem because this is 22 gauge wire. So let's see. Like that one is too small to fit even on the 22 gauge wire. Same with that one. Oh, that'd be cool, Tara. But yeah, out of these four, these two are the same size. So there would be, probably do 3 in garnet. And then I'm open to suggestions for what the other kind of, should we go with howlite, hematite, or moss agate? Those are pretty close. I'm getting very hungry. Two different in size, I think. Glow in the dark. Ooh, I don't think I have any glow in the dark beads, and I don't feel like making beads right now. But I do love that idea. Maybe if I just pick up 2 other ones. Still not quite the same size. Maybe you two? Well, that one's got a chip in it. Right on, Iris. This garnet is so dark, it's almost black on the screen. It almost doesn't look red just here in person either. Okay, I think those 2 are the same size. Oh, and I just dropped it in. Okay. Let's see. You know what? Good enough. Howlite might contrast well with the garnets, right? Oh, I'm only doing a single bead on these ones, but these 2, I was going to do a different bead from the garnet. Because again, we're trying to, this is going to be our lowest price point necklace for the gnomes. So I'm putting in, like, I want it to be a little bit more of a dainty design. Which is just my thought process. Okay, let's see. How would howlite look? I worry. Aw, Aramaic, thank you so much. Said subscribing to you was my Christmas gift to myself after 10 to 15 years of following you here and there. It cost me less than $8. I'm so glad you're still doing your arts and crafts. Well, thank you. I'm really glad I've stuck with it as well, I'm going to say. Raining in Houston, Texas. Right on. Woo! Hawk says, I'm so grateful for my electric blanket. It's so chilly and wet outside. I want to give myself a break from creating, but I love these gnomes. Go and take a break. Ooh, moss agate. I think I'm going to do the moss agate, you guys. There's the timer for the tea. Okay. I hear you, timer. There's these 2. And then there's these 2. So that we have a light green and a dark green. Ooh. Oh, it caught on the microphone. Okay, let me go get the tea. I'll be right back. I hear you, timer. I hear you. Okay, I've got to go put the chickens to bed. So I'm going to leave y'all right here to gaze at the, what's that thing called? Lava lamp. I'll be right back. Come on, Z-Dog. There we go. Okay. Whew, tea tastes better when you're cold anyhow, right? Oh my goodness. Burr, burr, burr. Burr. Cold, wet, damp, burr. Lavaception. Oh, yeah. Jennifer says a red glass with smaller white glass beads on either side might reflect into the gnome hats. That would have been very cute if I'd used like a size 8 or even a size 11. Perhaps white seed bead on either side of these red ones. Hey, Lisa. How's it going? So I'm getting my hands warm. Oh, now that's interesting. Ooh, what a bouquet of explosions of flavor. So there was like just a little bit of coffee left in the bottom of the teapot. I think so. I don't know if we followed up with it yet though. Pretty cute. It's been a pretty busy day. You'll likely hear back from us on Monday. But it's chai with fresh ginger in it that I just mixed into the coffee that was brewing with, or sitting for the past 3 hours with a cinnamon stick in it. Yeah, Randy slept on his neck wrong. Like he's been lifting weights these past couple of weeks, and so he's kind of pushing into it a little bit more. And he didn't think it had anything to do with it because he's like, well, I didn't even work out that hard. And I was like, but like he lifts to max, like till he maxes out every time. And I think the conjunction between lifting weights and then sleeping with like the pillows slid between the mattress and the wall, so like his head was hanging off the bed all funny. I think that like really locked up his it's his right trapezius muscle. Um but it's just he can't turn his head. So he's okay, but it sucks. And I'm trying to not ask him to do too much stuff because I know that he will. If I ask him, he'll do anything. But I want him to take care of himself so that so he can get back to bringing me my coffee. Welcome to your 30s, poor Randy. Yeah. But no, I like it when he's not in pain. Not because he brings me coffee, but just, I mean, it sucks. And that's been the general consensus, is just welcome to our 30s. I feel like that we've made it to 35 and 36 without too much problem. As far as chronic stuff goes, I'll take it. Like, I think he may begin appreciating a little bit more of a warm up and a cool down when he exercises. But I was going to try to convince him, possibly if he's not feeling, like if he's still feeling too stiff in the morning, we may go to the YMCA and use their sauna and their heated therapy pool. But trying to fit that in before our noon stream. We'll see. Right on. Tammy says, I can't wait to buy some of your new glass beads. They're so beautiful. Thank you so much, Tammy. I'm so excited about them. And I've been having so much fun with it as well. Oh no. Oh gosh, was everybody okay? I hope. Right on. Sparky says 30. Hell, I wish I was in my 30s. I just hit the half-century mark last month. Yeah. Just turned 28. Iris just sad face. Aging is a luxury. It's a wonderful thing. Not all of us get to do it. And it comes with, all of its hashtag quirks. But as with all things, it's what you do with it. But drink your water. Do your mobility exercises. Like, keep it stretched out and limber. I'm training myself to live like a very spry grandma. And so I'm like, I follow, like, that's actually almost exclusively who I follow on Instagram now. I don't follow any, like, young, hip fitness influencers. I follow women almost exclusively 70 and up who do, like, powerlifting and yoga and, like, because I'm like, what are they doing? I want to do that because I want to still be able to do that when I'm their age. So I'm training for, like, a really strong 70. Which also means I have to refine my pie crust, get really good at yelling at people when they're in my yard. I have got to learn how to crochet, or at least how to read a pattern. So, no, aging's just the ripening of everything you've worked for your whole life. I just made it 30 Mark II, i.e. 60. Nice. I'm getting real good at making hot water bottles. And, ooh, I was sent some of this pain soother, which is very nice. I'm I'm going to be using some of that on Randy's shoulders later tonight. I've been using the horse liniment. Woo! Viking says, best pie crust I ever made. Replaced half the water with vodka. Flakiest crust I've ever had. Go on. Randy says, go on. Please do tell me more. Like, I want to get really good at making pie. Because pie is delicious. And it's not, I mean, the filling can make or break a pie, but the crust is truly where it's at for me. Randy says I support this. You're always so supportive in my endeavors, honey. Thank you. Do you remember that blueberry pie I made that one time? Yep. That was horrible, huh? Yep. Apparently you can't just pour frozen blueberries into a pre-spot pie crust and boom, blueberry pie. It was... Takes a few other things. Takes a few other things. Or do you think wine would do the same? Maybe. I'm wondering about flavored vodkas. Like, can you imagine a caramel vodka and an apple pie crust? With like a crumble? Like a cobbler crumble on top? Mm. And then some ice cream. Ah. Woo! Viking says, I don't know, the alcohol cooks out, but it also restricts the gluten from binding. Ooh. Well, you gotta stop the gluten from binding. So now I'm just making a bunch of bead links, and I love it because, like, I did the gnomes for me were the hard part, like doing the wire on the gnomes. Because it's like I wanted to make sure it was nice and even, but now with these guys I can just kind of go into autopilot mode and just wrap to my little heart's content. So they're all gnome made, huh? Gnome made? Yes. I like that. Yeah, Z does not laugh at any of my jokes. Does he not? My wit is wasted on him. Well, Z always struck me as having a little bit more of a dry humor. He's very good at rolling his eyes at us, though. Or doing that little side eye. Did you show how to make the gnomes here on YouTube or just over on Kick? So far, it has only been over on Kick, but on Tuesday, when I started sculpting them on Kick, I was getting video. So I'll be showing how we sculpted not just these gnomes, but these gnomes as well. That I'm going to be making a second part to that tutorial about how I make a mold and how I cast them in resin and then how I do the finishing work on them. Hey Tracy Williams, who says, hey Yvonne, just lurking today. Right on. I hope you're having a good day. Gotcha, Iris. Two, three, there we go. There's that, and now we have 6 more links to go, being made with the garnet. That'll be nice. And so we'll do that bend. Coming in. Has the water pedal been turning off on its own for you? Yeah. Okay. Oh, honey, I forgot about your hot water bottle. It's alright, I got it on. Thank you. Got about 2/3 of the way through it. Right on. Viking says we don't drink, so anytime I want to make a pie crust, I have to go buy one of those shot-sized bottles of vodka. Right on. Ooh, Tammy says I'm working with garnets right now. I'm having a hard time getting them to match up also. They're finicky, but worth it. Oops, I bent that too close. Because I want to be able to do the wrap on both sides. And on the 22 gauge, I really do like doing the double wrap. Like how we are, where there's 2 loops. Oh, well, thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate that. We're trying to do everything we can that's kind of within our power to just do as well as possible, you know, with our business and stuff. But that algorithm sure wears me down. So I appreciate y'all being here. I really appreciate y'all hanging out with us. You keeping our chins above the water, and I love you for it. Yeah?
What?
Oh, I thought you were coming to hang out with me.
I'm looking for my Christmas present.
It's plugged upstairs next to the bed. I'm sorry, baby.
Okay, I'll go back in there.
How do you feel after your shower? Ooh.
Ow.
No, I'm going to recommend to you to keep, while you're limber like this, do your stretches, and you got to deep breathe while you do them, though.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
The whole time I stood in the hot water.
That's so good, honey.
So yeah, it was really weird. I was not subscribed to you.
Really?
Yeah.
That's whack. I wonder what was up.
I mean, I know I've subscribed to you in the past.
Yeah?
And of all the people to for YouTube to auto unsubscribe from you, why the moderator?
Right? More questions, please.
What is your quest?
To be helpful.
What is your favorite color?
Fuck. I don't know. Ah! I don't know. Today I'm really feeling gnome hat ready orange. Like, this is my favorite color and I love it. Or purple. Or green. I don't know. The fruit and veggies in your ice cube hacks. I'm not seeing veggies. I mean, I guess cucumbers are a veggie. Well, no, they're fruit. I don't know.
Is there a specific kind of balloon?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. Well, shoot, if it gets cold enough outside.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I'm gonna try that this year.
Mm-hmm.
Staring out of our mud room.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's wild, Lisa. I use vodka quite a bit to make tinctures of things. Hey, Esther, how's it going? Ooh, down to our last 2 links. Whoop, whoop. Okay, there it is. Oh, so it definitely looks daunting. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get all of these gnomes done today, first off. Like, it's just, I don't know if making 30 of an item a week is plausible. So, because this is pretty intense production. So just wrapping that around. Though truly what we may do is have this just stop here and then put these guys up on the website for y'all to use in your own creations. Ooh, hematite, says Sherry. Gotcha, Esther. She says, I was late today. I see I missed pretty things. When you have visits, the house needs to look okay. I'm just waiting for them. Yeah, I always try to tidy up when folks come over. Yes, otherwise I might never. So if ever there's a time, it may as well be when somebody else is going to see it too. So that's true, Jennifer. Thank you for the reminder. Well, after this link, I'll be doing chainmail rings again. Ooh, Dee Dee says I collect the blue wine and beer bottles. My son made me a bottle tree. It holds some of my bottles. Oh, nice. I think glass is so pretty, like bottle glass. Well, I mean, it's kind of just opening and closing the jump rings to join these together. But really, what is chainmail if not the, opening and closing of jump rings? Hey, Robin Hood. Well, we're still going to be going for like another hour and 20 minutes, so the crafter is not late. They arrive precisely when they're able to. Right on. Okay, so there's that. And now I'm going to be opening up some 20 gauge 1/8 inch. It's still pretty piping hot. Looks like there's a little flake of leaf. Coffee tastes better when you stuck your hand in it. Aramaic says, well, success is the journey. You got this. Oh. Right on, Donna. Well, I'm having the most gingeriest, cinnamoniest touch of coffee chai I've ever had. I think I like it. I'd put out ads on Craigslist, Iris, to get like to just be like, hey, I'm looking for this kind of bottle. Oh, happy early birthday to you, Tammy. Oh, thank you, Iris. Holiday chai indeed. Oh, wow. Jennifer says bottle glass is usable as lampwork beads. Northern mudlarks use an assortment of found broken glass to make their beads. Yeah. I think I've watched one of, I mean, at least one of their videos that's about that. I think it's finally cold enough in the house that I need to have 2 tea lights under the teapot to keep it warm. Yeah. No. Aramaic says to someone's 85, you were the kid in the house. Love it. I love it. 85, that's wild. DD says I'm 69, will be 70 in April. I love it so much. Y'all redefine maturing for me. Like, you know, having gotten to meet some of you in person and stuff, it's y'all are the faces of okay, this is gonna sound silly, but y'all are the faces of the family members that I never had. You know, like never had aunts or grandmas or anything like that. So you guys. And of course, I'm saying that, you know, to the 85-year-olds and stuff. So, because a lot of y'all are like sisters and BFFs. So, I love it. And all my crafty bubbas. My father was an only child and my mother was estranged. So, aw. Y'all give yourselves hugs from me, Dee Dee. But I think I'm gonna have to tell this story. Hey, Randy,
Mm-hmm.
would you be able to come and help tell me, or come and help me tell this story?
Maybe.
It's how I kept kidnapping grandmas at DragonCon.
How you what?
Kept kidnapping grandmas at DragonCon.
Oh, geez. Just every time I looked away. Like, it got to the point that Amy was like, does she know all these people? And I was like, no, not one of them.
But it's like 100% if you show up in front of my booth in a wheelchair or with a walker, and like, if you're like 70 plus, we're best friends immediately. I can't help
Totally.
myself.
Yeah.
Cannot help myself. Cause like Maddie was like, I was talking to my new friend Rachel,
Mm-hmm.
who is, and she was just telling me about her day. Like we had known each other forever.
Mm-hmm.
And then I came back and Maddie was like, do you know her? And I was like, I just met her. She was like, she was talking to you, like, because Amy and Maddie will do this thing where they'll be like, that's Betty Lou. Like, and it's just.
Did you hear that?
I couldn't tell if that was the board creaking or what.
That was not the board.
That was your neck? Oh, baby.
Well, that's what I get for nodding.
But, and I say kidnap them because, I think it was Alex. Had gotten separated from the rest of her group. Like every time they went past our booth, she would stay and hang out, and they'd like wander off without her, and then be like, "We lost her." So, ooh, yes. Oh, I love that. AJ says I volunteer to be the weird cousin you know is there, but never shows up for the family get-togethers. Always here in spirit. I need more cousins like that. This is strange because I've watched since 2015, but rarely made it to a live. I know y'all, but you have no clue about me. We should work on that, right? And I'm very terrible about being like a good online friend, but man, we had the camp along back in September, and that like revitalized my heart in a way that like only hanging out with, the 12 best friends I had only just then gotten to meet can. Aw, Jennifer. She says, do you feel like the crafty kids I never had? Shucks. Aw, hey, Jean. She says, just got here. What you making? An army of gnomes. But no, it's good fun. Pendants and necklaces. And then I've sculpted some that I intend to make into, like, cast and make molds of, cast and paint into earrings. Welcome and start spilling the details. Yeah. It was a real treat, Dee. She says, you and Randy made my day that Saturday meeting you in person. It was so nice. Like, I'm so glad you drove out to meet us. And getting to share a meal with y'all was just a delight. Couldn't have asked for more perfect weather. There we go. And that was still the best bean salad I've ever had. I saw a can of like canned bean salad at the store, and it just made me miss you. Like I was like, where's Dee Dee's bean salad? That's really strange, Jean. You may want to send an email to support@kick.com. They're still in beta, so it may be, some fresh glitch. Who knows? But do you have any advice on this, honey?
What?
Jean's having trouble making a Kick account.
They are currently experiencing technical difficulties.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Kick is it's kick.com. It's where we stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. I got my heart broken by the YouTube algorithm one too many times. And so while we are still very much here on YouTube doing our thing, I am also exploring other avenues because I'm tired of getting jerked around by an algorithm, quite frankly. So, and on Kick, if you subscribe to us on Kick and have the little bell, which when you subscribe, it's auto, like notifications are on. And you actually get notified. So that's all I want from YouTube. So, but I'm not going to get worked up about that right now. Ah! Right on. Jean says I could watch but not join in. Okay. Well, thank you for watching. I'm sorry you weren't able to participate. Let me go rummage because I'm going to go ahead and finish these necklaces to like finished before working on these others. So I'll be right back. Okay, I don't know. Oh, I'm so glad that was empty. I'm just making messes. It's okay. I think we may need to get more clasps. We shall see. All right. So I'm going to be using, this is a large curb stainless steel chain. That's what I'm using for the extender chain. And then this is enameled iron that I'm going to be using for the remainder. And so let's see. If our gnomes are, how long are these? It's about 2.5 inches. So for standard necklaces, I make them to a base length of 18 inches, and then we add 4 inches of extender chain. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 necklaces to do. So I'm going to need 16 of these. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, goodness, 8, 6 more. There's 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. That's what I needed. Cool. And you have a link to the YouTube video where you bought chains from Pendant. Let me see. If I go into my channel and type Pendant chain, titled Unboxing New Chains. Test. Sound quality is popping. Okay. I've unplugged the phone. Sometimes I think that fools about with it. Has that helped? Test, test. Okay, so I just shared the link for Eugene to the unboxing chain video, which this chain here is what I got from Pandal. Yes, I'm looking at it now. Okay, let's see if that worked. Testing, testing. Okay, excellent. Right on, just got home. Excellent. But I've been very pleased with all of the chain that I gotten from Panda Haul, and I don't know the item numbers of the videos, or of the chain there in the video. We'll do better about that next time. Okay. Ah, thank you. I'm so pleased with the little gnomes. Like, I felt like I was taking a little bit of a risk. And I feel like everybody was, it is probably just me projecting my own insecurities, but I felt like when I was sculpting them on Tuesday, it was kind of like, yeah, they're so nice. Ooh. But now, like, I do feel like, no, I'm pleased with these. Like, I was feeling a little apprehensive about them, but they're doing good. Ah, thank you, Lisa. So now that I have all the chain cut, so there's one chain. Let me go ahead and get 15 rings opened. More questions, please. Donna says, gnomes creep me out sometimes, but these are the most adorable ones I've ever seen. Well, thank you. I can totally see gnomes being creepy. Like, so I kind of like the ones who have, like, the mysterious, like, no face, because sometimes, like, I'll see gnome sculptures, like, in, like, knick-knack sections of, truck stops and things. And they just look like they've seen horrors beyond description. And like just they're a little weird looking sometimes. Yeah, well, where he just like has a nose, but I haven't like full on sculpted a mouse and or a mouth and cheeks and eyebrows and like the whole like face. So like I like the ones that are just grumpy little noses with a hat and a beard. Okay, so now that all of those rings are open, it should be a little easier to just assemble. And they're in truck stops. What did you expect? Those are their horrors I'm still trying to forget. You do see some wild stuff at truck stops, but my mom and Bonus dad are truck drivers. And for the amount of time that we've spent on the road, I've been one of the people of Walmart at the truck stops. Like, what is this deranged woman doing? It's like, well, I've been pent up in a van for 14 hours, and this is my first chance to really stretch my legs. So of course I'm doing yoga in the Reese's aisle, or like the candy bar aisle. Right on, Donna. Yeah, no, I had made them. They're each just a little different. I probably could have gotten away with mixing some glow-in-the-dark pigment into the white dots on the hats. That'll be pretty neat. Maybe next time. Right on. Former truck driver. It's hard work for sure. These chains are so tiny. It can be a little tricky sometimes trying to fit that through. Gotcha. Sparky says, I miss it so much. My Crohn's just would not let me keep going. That's understandable. You know what? I've decided I don't like that link. I'm going to try the next one. And that threaded through just fine. Now, the rings that I'm using right here are stainless steel. This is a 2mm chain. I think it was listed as on a Panda haul, and it's enameled iron. Now, we offer free repairs on all of our work, and that's been a very easy, policy to stand by. So, and we tell folks if anything discolors or if anything breaks, just pick up the pieces, send it to us. We fix it and send it back free of charge. And I've had a very high success rate with happy return customers, especially when we were doing the convention circuit year after year. For the amount of jewelry that we've sold, even if just 1/10 of the people, who have something break Like it's such a small number of the people who have actually followed up on that. And we've gotten no complaints, and I kind of feel like if nobody's complaining, I'm not going to imagine that there's a problem there. So I've been pretty happy with using stainless steel and enameled iron for our necklaces. Rosario, I had made 30 of these gnome, like little sculpted gnomes. And the idea was to turn 15 of them into pendants, which we pulled off a little earlier in the stream. And then I'm making 8 into this style of necklace. And then I was going to make another 8 that are just like strung beads on beading cable. Oh, Donna. Oh, no. Oh, well, thank you so much, Rosario. It means so much to me that y'all enjoy what we do here. Like, I like it. I'm glad you like it too. I mean, I'd do it even if you didn't like it, but I am compelled. Right? Well, we are more than 2/3 of the way done. I think I'm bad at math, but I'm pretty sure that lines up. Like maybe 3/4. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably 3/4. Speedy Gonzalez, my way through them. Sometimes it's just a little tricky to get the ring through the chain. So if after like the 3rd try it's still not going, I just cut it. Hey, how's it going? Well, hey, Tashers, I didn't see you come in. Donna says, so is there a video of making the gnomes out there somewhere? The video is coming soon. I had recorded it just this past Tuesday. We edited it yesterday, and I'm hoping to have it up. This Thursday is our December craft along kit unboxing and project, and then next Thursday is our Potomac bead box video, and then the week after that will likely be these gnomes. Okay, let me see if I have... Hey, Randy. Do you know where the clasps are?
I don't.
I think they're in the show stuff, possibly. Which means I think we just need to buy more clasps. Oh, honey, you don't have to get that down with your neck.
Can test.
Okay. Can you set it down?
Fine.
Thank you. Not in this one. Not in that one. Ooh, look at this thing I found. Aw, so I'm sneaky. Just got back from work and ate. Those gnomies are looking amazing. Aw.
These are the heavy ones.
Thank you, honey.
Seriously?
Hey!
Yeah.
I didn't know that's where those went.
Yeah.
You okay?
Smash it.
Ah, bye, pretty cute.
I want to say they're in a drawer.
They're probably.
Yeah, they might be in one of your boxes.
Uh-huh. These Potomac bead boxes have been a blessing and a curse. An absolute curse unto me.
Well, this has got a lot of spiders in
Can
it.
I see what's in there? Oh, really?
Yeah.
More spiders? I think I'd made those for in the booth and then put them in here and forgot about them. Ooh, there's those leaf beads. They're little ladybugs. We're going to use those with the gnome necklaces. Ooh. Those are going to be spitter butts. Ooh. Mmm, so pretty.
I don't know what this box is full of.
I need to stop hoarding stuff in boxes like this. Except for I can't help myself. Did you check that one?
Mm-hmm.
What was in it? Anything
Stuff.
good? Ooh, stuff. I like stuff. We should hang out.
Mm.
I'm completely freaking out of class. Oh my god. Like, this is the worst. Ah! So, I'm at a standstill with this freaking gnomes. Tracy says never stop hoarding boxes. I'm gonna listen to Tracy on this one. I like that answer better. I found a harmonica.
Here's some clasps.
Oh, yeah? Do you want a harmonica? Thank you, honey. Do you want your harmonica back?
Yes.
There you go. So I'm going to be an absolute animal and put the wrong color clasp on these. And just know I'm only doing it to get people to comment on the video. Frantic searching intensifies. Not a naughty. Ooh, oh, look at what Vaughn hid. Oh boy, oh boy. I was gonna make a bunch of pendants out of these. Ooh, there's some earrings that I made. I can't wait to play with you later. Yep, straight up. Okay, well, it's 2:22 right now. Things I've found out. Panic attacks sound more fun with a harmonica. They still suck, but they sound more fun. Do, 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 do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Whoop. I'm going to test all of these. Yep, Vaughn boxes are nice. Nice. Way to go, past Vaughn, right? Ooh, Lois says, I took my Potomac beads and sorted beads in each one. Right on. Right, Sherry? Ooh, an epoxy resin gnome. Yeah. And I'm just going through and testing every single one quite a bit just to make sure that the spring isn't like faulty. Ooh, the chili's ready. Have an awesome rest of your day, Viking. Because with the enameling process, sometimes these will get like gunked up a bit. Like when they get plated in the little bronze tone. Oh, right on, Leslie. Leslie says, I'm learning so much. I made 4 creations. I sent an email with pictures. Eee! Ooh! Manbeast gets to open his first Star Wars Advent box today. Nice. Oh, wow, Jean. Yeah, buying stuff on auction's a lot of fun. So I have the clasps prepped. I'm going to do 2, 3, 4 inches. Let me see if I can fit these through, but I think I'm going to have to use a link. Yeah, I'm going to have to make a link. So there's 1. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7, and then our last one. But not in Nottingham. Outnumber the downs. Not in Nottingham. I'm so excited about these little ladybug beads, you guys. I'm gonna do those with, it looks like we do 1, 2, 3, 4 with 1 for luck. So we'll be able to do 4 of them. That'll be good. Okay, so now I'm gonna need 16 of these rings open, and then we can start assembling to completion, which makes me super happy. Again, it makes that happy chemical in my brain go right off. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oof, Sparkies. 11, 12. Hey, Randy. Are you feeling well enough to brown some meat?
Yeah.
I've got it defrosted in the fridge. It's in a Tupperware, so it doesn't leak. If you could brown the 2 pounds of it in the wok with the 1 pack of taco seasoning.
What?
I'll be right back, y'all. Let me show you. Alrighty. Sorry, I was getting Randy set up to get the casserole going. See, hoarding does pay off, doesn't it just? So something that happens, and you can see here, this is very grainy. If we come down here and click settings, right now it's on auto. You can bump it up to 1080p, and that's going to give you a much crispier view of what's going on. I've never had taco seasoning touch my wok. We've got like, it's a super cheap non-stick wok. It's the skillet that I have that's big enough to fit 2 pounds of beef in it without getting crowded. So here's those ladybug beads again. Yes. Did I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? 3 more. But yeah, I missed my snack today, so I'm like way hungrier. But if I eat my snack now, then I won't be hungry for dinner, and then I'll be hungry, you know, like close to bed, and then it's just fucking heartburn. Pardon me. I'm gonna have some more tea. And I had meant to get the burger meat, like the ground beef. Oh, is it? Okay, let me try something. I'll be right back, y'all. Okay, hopefully that'll help. Has the audio cleared up for you? Ooh, Donna says, I have a metal, well-seasoned wok. I never wash it, just wipe it out and oil it. I've had it for several decades. Right on. Oh, man, that'd be so cool. Is it like a... I mean, it's not like cast iron. Is it one of the carbon steel ones, or... Sherry, did that get the audio crackling to go away? Okay. I think it's steel. Nice. And then the extender chain, and then I close it, and then we bring those ends together. And there we go. There's one gnome. Ooh, okay. Ooh, that's spicy. With the ginger. Okay, so I'm going to hook that onto here. Now I'm going to close that. So I don't know that I would buy this chain again in particular, just because I don't much care for how every other link seems to be smushed to give it like a mirror flash effect. Ooh, Jennifer says what you produce are limited edition runs of a design. Ooh, now that's a clever marketing angle. I mean, you're not wrong. I've just never really marketed it that way. I should like sign and number them, I suppose. Get all kinds of fancy. We have Christmas decorations getting put up and our Halloween decorations still up. Right on. Bye, Tracy Williams. You have a great rest of your night. I'm super duper digging it. Oh, it's just a nice dainty little, necklace. Oop, didn't mean to bump the tripod. Boom, second one done. But yeah, we're technically a couple of weeks ahead of production, because most years we'd be like really busting to get like Christmas prep and everything done. We're like, let's just maintain our kind of status quo of like, instead of busting our backs to try to, let's just take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheels make you crazy. Ooh, Leslie says, I know you've been making jewelry professionally for 10 years. How did it take you to become a pro? You mean how long? Okay, so Randy and I quit our jobs in 2000 and, the store I had worked at had shut down, which is what kind of pushed me into crafting for money, because we only had the one vehicle, and where we were living, it wasn't really viable for Randy and I to both be working outside of the house and like having to carpool, because we also only had one cell phone. And so I was going to college online and started crafting, and Randy's dad recommended a craft show to us, because like the town we lived in at the time had it like they have a local art league like for the county, and they had the host a Christmas past every November. And so we started thinking about that and like building up inventory and stuff, and then and that was in like 2007, I think. And we sold like $500 that first week, like that weekend at the host of Christmas past. And that Randy and I looked at each other, because that was more than what he made full time on his 2-week paycheck. And we were like, we could do this. We were young. We did not have any, no children, no, obligations other than keeping our own heads above the water. We hardly had a vehicle that worked, but it was paid for. So
we did more in one weekend than I did all month.
Was it all month?
Yes.
Oof.
I got paid nothing.
That's true. But yeah, it was so then Randy, when minimum wage went up, and Randy only got like a 5-cent cost of living raise after being working at Walmart for 2 years. Like they gave him a 5-cent raise, and that was the only raise he had gotten. And y'all know Randy, he's like the hardest worker I've ever met. Like his managers were screwing him over. And we were like, let's try it. If it doesn't work out, in 6 months he could get hired back on, making $2 more an hour, because that's how much the buggy pushers were getting hired in at, which was like, and fortunately,
you want me to add all the canned stuff now while it's cooking, or once I put it in
Let the meat cook through all the way,
Mm-hmm.
and then dump the stuff in, and then dump it into a 9 by 13 and pop it in the oven at 350 for 30 minutes.
At what point do I add the cans?
Before, after meat cooked, before putting in pan.
So I'm gonna put it in now.
Okay. So we kind of, I didn't wait to go professional. Like I didn't wait to get good. I was like learning on the fly. Yeah, I was trying my best always, but I'd figured out how to turn acorns into money. Cause like that's a lot of our early designs were made with like found jewelry, or like found items and upcycled jewelry. I still remember when I was able to place my very first Fire Mountain Gems order. It was like so scary because that was so much money to spend on something. But you know, we knew that if we wanted the business to grow, that we were going to have to invest in it. So we saved everything, every penny. You cut corners till you're working in a circle. Oh wow! Oh my goodness, Sparky and Donna. But yeah, but we've been professional since 2008. I hope that answered your question, Leslie. Take it easy. Take it easy. Ouch. Well, it made it through, though. Don't let the sound of your own wheels make you crazy. There's another one down. Good luck to you, Donna. There's that. There's that. There's the extender chain. Gotta know that your sweet love is gonna save me. That's a song I'd like to learn on my guitar. I'm currently miserably grinding out Brown Eyed Girl, which I used to like that song. I used to like it. I have been practicing it for, it's been in my practice rotation for what feels like a month. And I am so tired. I was so bad at it, I had to back it up to like 60% speed of what like the actual song speed is. But transitioning from the C to the G chords is like really hard for me. And then, but I've been grinding it out, and I can now play it at full speed. Um, but I'm trying to grind out that gold star, and it's been so challenging because it's a pretty fast-paced song. Hey, Misty. Says happy Friday, everyone. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend and a good upcoming week. Or a wonderful week and a good upcoming weekend. It's off to a good start. I've been having a lot of fun making these gnomes. Gnomes. So there's all those bad boys. And I'll show you. I keep them over here. I've just got like this peg that I'm hanging all of my done ones on. And then I've got all the pendants just kind of clustered around. And I have these honey straws. Ooh, I'm going to use one, I think. Oh, thank you, Misty. Oh, that's good. Well, Leslie will be having the tutorial coming out soon, hopefully. Oh, I do love ginger and honey and cinnamon and chai. Oh, Donna, I'm so glad you've got someone in the legal system on your side for this. Oh, goodness, Iris. Same. Let us see. Ooh, I can smell dinner. Oh, my sense of smell has slowly been coming back. I've been practicing, doing my sniffing. I even set an orange on fire, though it was more of a mess than anything, but I like oranges, even if they've been on fire. Ooh, okay, I'll check that out. Because I play along with an app called Musician, which I love, and I am like super duper, I love their Musician app because it's like gold stars. And I'm like, oh yeah, I need that gold sticker. Like, I'm compelled. Okay, I'm gonna have the ladybugs crawling towards them or crawling away from them. What do you think? Hello, big boy. Yousician, it's Yousician. It's very much like I think it reminds me a lot of Guitar Hero in that it's like a play along video game, but instead of a guitar shaped controller, you just play on a guitar. It can be acoustic or electric. They also have app versions for the ukulele, bass, like ukulele, bass, guitar, piano, and singing. So But you just kind of play along with it. And I needed something that's to, like, I understand, you know, I can read music, I understand the musicality of it, like, but getting my hand to actually do the chord position and to be able to actually have the endurance for it, it's really helpful to me to have the app. There you go. Musician. Yeah, I'm learning the ukulele as well, or I call it the van-kulele, because it's what I'll do whenever we're in long van rides. He's a very, very patient and partially deaf man, so I really appreciate him. But I love it. I wanted music in my life again after being in band. You know, like, all of that kind of got left behind me after high school. Right on, Donna. Right on. Iris says, I don't know why, but I want to learn the harp, but not the big, huge one. A whole lot of that is if you can play it on a piano, like piano sheet music, you can play on some harps, like instead of it being like this, you go like, you know, yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's like this, my right hand forward, but I wonder if it matters. But some harps will have levers where you can change it to sharps. But otherwise, it'll be like a harp in a particular key. Okay, so let us see. Ooh, we got some little pyrite beads. We got some moss agate. Let's see how this will look. You're a little lumpy bumpy. Oh, I love you.
Is that 350 for how long?
Like 30 minutes. It's mostly I just want the flavors to be able to marry and the heat.
Yeah.
And some of the moisture to bubble off.
Yeah, I kept it on the stove for a little while longer because I wanted to boil off the tomato juice.
That's a good idea. Thank you so much for taking care of this, baby. I don't know if he means to, but he's in there. It sounds like he's going. Boom, boom.
You want me to put cheese on it?
Boom, boom. Not until like right before. Thank you though. Hey Randy, did you realize you almost had the rhythm down for the da 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 da? Yeah, I thought you were doing it on purpose. He's a good big boysy dog. So I'm just gonna put some little. Well, I'm gonna say that's why I was very impressed actually, because you don't typically stick to anyone's rhythm but your own. Oh, that one's kind of misshapen and weird. Ooh, some faceted moss agate would be lovely. So I've got little 4mm pyrite, some 6mm moss agate, I don't know if I have enough of the pyrite, but what I'm going to do on this one, since I have a few of these, like 7 to do actually. I'm going to do 3 necklaces this away, and then I'm going to do 2 necklaces with a different stringing pattern, and then I'm going to do the last 2 with another stringing pattern yet again. And so that way it adds even more layers of slight variation to the to our little nose. And so with that being the case, I'm going to go ahead and use up this pyrite. Because I'm tired of budgeting beads, and because I've been sitting on these pyrite beads for 10 years. And it's like, Vaughn, we can buy more. Like, ooh, there's a faceted green aventurine. Here we go. So these are some African jade, which I'm pretty sure is just a jasper, but it's very pretty. And I'm just doing 5 of these 4x6 ovals down each side. There we go. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's see. I also have some ruby greens over here. Ooh. These are some beautiful moss agate coin beads. I think those are going to be a little large though. Okay. I could have sworn I had some moss agate leaves. Have I used all of those? Oh, Z-Dog.
He's upset that I'm not petting him because I'm holding my water bottle.
Well, I'd be upset as well. I mean, that sounds very upsetting. Ooh, what's in here? I like finding whatever stashes of odd beads past Vaughn never got around to using. Ooh, now that would be pretty. I never did get around to that, did I? And see, I love little leaf charms like this, but I don't want to string them unless they're laying, you know, flat. So perhaps some brass beads. That might be a nice extender chain. I I kind of like making this one a little more brass and green with the pyrite and the, well, brass toned beads. So I think I'm going to do a 6mm in between these first two. Just because why not? So I'm just gathering up. I guess I had spilled some beads in and among the mess. There we go. Okay. I've scavenged all I feel like scavenging. I got a fair bit. Wire wrap the leaf on. Ooh, that would be cute. Yes, some of them come with covers. And Iris, I'm not going to lie to you, it's completely game-changing to have them with the covers, but also it encourages my very poor behavior. So, but, I mean, that's nice. I can turn it like this and only have a little bit of spillage. That's nice. But then I pull this number where I'm just hoarding crap on a shelf. But it'll be fine. That's for future fun to worry about. Okay. You gotta put down the ducky if you want to play the saxophone. Ooh. Okay. Aramaic says, okay, created an account on Musician to check out the version you're learning and see if it's harder or easier than the version I was playing whenever it goes. Right on. Now y'all know why it takes so long to finish one project. Squirrel. But it was squirrel with purpose. Do what, baby? That'll be all right. Gotcha.
You know it's cold when it takes a minute for your oven to preheat.
Yeah, the oven's taking longer than usual. Okay. But yeah, so we're going from the 6 to the 5. No, bead strung necklaces always take me a really long time because it's a process. What? And now I'm going to come through with our little 4mm beads. And I think I'm going to stay here at 4mm for the next. There we go. There we are. And now we can take some of these 3mm beads. Whoop, I have some of them right here. I'm like super self-conscious now. Did I do something weird? Like I'm just crafting like just doing me, y'all. Like, everything that I just did seemed perfectly reasonable. Like, 100%. Night night, Dee Dee. Mwah. So now I get to find some green beads. Oh, those are perfect. So these are like, these look like a silver lined olive of sorts. That I don't actually know if they're all like the same size. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Woof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I'm just going to do like 10 beads. Some of these seem to be a size 8, some of them seem to be a size 11. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I'm going to do 10 more. Right on, Donna. A crochet project landed in my lap today. Coworker baby shower. Was gonna. Gotcha. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Well, y'all, I hate to stop in the middle if something as riveting as me counting to 10 over and over again. But it's that time of day. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with us. Do y'all have any questions or anything before we go? We will be streaming tomorrow from noon until 6 p.m. doing lampwork glass beads. And I'm really excited about that. And that'll be over on Kick. That's kick.com/back-to-earth-creations. And pick a pattern you want to learn and I'll teach you how to read it in February. Okay, I'll have to find, like, because I want to find like a doily that I can wear right here and like attach clothes to. Like, that I can like crochet it all pretty, like a little mandala thing, and then like sew like silk chiffon or something to it. I don't know, just something like, or like even just a cotton, just something like super flowy. Still reading up on the mouth harps, but seems interesting. Oh gosh, Iris. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with us today. Ooh, let's see how one of the gnomes looks on over my fancy poncho, because it's cold in this house. Okay. We gotta take the poncho off, y'all. It's gonna get cold. Okay. Well, I think I made the 18 inches a little short. Let's see. Yeah, this one came out to 15 inches. So these are quite short. So I'll just need to add some more extender chain, probably to the other side. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love that. A little gnome. Absolutely love it. So I'm very pleased with these guys here. I'm super excited about getting these necklaces strung. So yeah, a little choker fit. But see, the thing is I wouldn't want to wear it like, because then you like, ow. I bet they'll look freaking adorable too, though. I don't know why you would wear a gnome in the middle of your forehead, but I'm here for it. Uh, so that's pretty exciting. Thank you guys so much for keeping us company while we made these basically all week in all of our live streams and stuff. So we'll see y'all tomorrow. Leave a comment below if you have any questions or anything if you're watching this in the aftermath. And I'll see y'all next time. So until then, happy crafting. Mwah. Bye, guys.